Hello and welcome to the channel. This is the fifth episode, and the hidden leaf has lost its purpose till a mishap the Hiratian seal pulls Tobirama back into Naruto's era. He's not about to let Hashirama's dream be trampled, even if it means burning the village to the ground. Please like and subscribe for more epic twists. Now, let us begin. Hiruzen was waiting for them. After so many years abroad for various reasons, Hiruzen could admit that he'd imagined how this reunion would go. His troublemaker, optimistic student with a penchant to make even the most boring days lively. His steady, dependable student whose eyes were forever on her loved ones to ensure their safety and happiness. Hiruzen blew out a cloud of smoke inside. He wished his quiet and bright-eyed student whose mind was always racing in 1,000 directions was also with them, but he knew it would take a miracle to erase Hiruzen's many mistakes. His teeth set in a well-worn groove on his pipe as he heard the door to his house slide open with deceptive calm. Hiruzen took a deep breath and turned to the door of his study as the large form of Jiraiya stepped into view. The old man's chest warmed and his shoulders relaxed as he got his first look of his student in years. Jiraiya looked well, strong, healthy. "Jiraiya," he greeted, smiling. "It's been too long." It hurt a bit when Jiraiya frowned and nodded tightly. "Yeah, it has." Not missing a beat, Hiruzen nodded to the spot across the table from him. "Come, sit. I have tea and sake." Jiraiya shifted uneasily. "Sensei, I'm not." "Of course you are," Hiruzen cut in, telling himself he stopped the questions because Tsunade wasn't here yet. Not because he still wasn't ready to be questioned by his students. "Keep your old sensei company while we wait for Tsunade." Jiraiya grimaced, but obligingly stepped away from the door and towards the table. "It's probably not a good idea for Princess and I to be in the same room right now." The statement brought a fond chuckle to Hiruzen's lips. "Not back for even a day and you two are at each other's throats, hmm?" His jovial humor, sadly, wasn't returned. Jiraiya didn't look away from where he was pouring a cup of sake. "Yeah, of course. That's all we ever did, all of us, wasn't it?" he asked quietly, and Hiruzen looked down. He was beginning to see now, with the threat of being brought to justice for his crimes looming ever nearer, that the mistakes he had once seen as small and trivial were in fact deep and festering. Hiruzen fought the urge to meditate, to organize his thoughts and emotions and to put them at a more comfortable distance. He'd done that for too long. Tsunade didn't keep them waiting. Where Jiraiya had entered as the picture of polite courtesy, Tsunade did not have the patience for social niceties. Hiruzen would be surprised if his door wasn't damaged with how loudly it was slammed open. Tsunade's chakra felt rough and abrasive as she stomped into the room, her face set in a fierce scowl, but Hiruzen felt saddened at her eyes. Those brown eyes, so like her grandfather's, were always honest and open. And these eyes he was looking at told a story of hurt, confusion, anger, and pain. Tsunade dropped down at the table and swiped up the cup Jiraiya had already poured for Hiruzen. She took Jiraiya's cup in the next instant. The woman he'd helped raise and teach into the fine medic warrior she was today set the cup down on the table with excess force. Hiruzen was sure that when she turned her eyes on him and opened her mouth that he was going to get the talking to of his lifetime, but then the pain returned to her eyes and Tsunade's teeth clicked as she shut her mouth once more. She squeezed her eyes shut and exhaled roughly. Silence hung heavy in the room. Hiruzen looked between Jiraiya, staring listlessly into his empty cup, and Tsunade, trying to calm and center herself, and felt a kunai go through his heart. "Welcome home," he murmured into the quiet. Jiraiya twitched and Tsunade flinched. The quiet remained untouched for another moment before Jiraiya roused himself back to the present. "We met Naidame-sama," Jiraiya informed him, unnecessarily. "I'm aware," Hiruzen replied. Dark eyes stared at him. "You know he's trying to unseat you." The current Hokage, though most likely not for long, huffed and exhaled smoke. "Yes, he's made his intentions very clear." Jiraiya frowned deeply. Hiruzen thought for a moment how contrary that was to the man's usual carefree and humorous attitude. And you're going to let him? He demanded incredulously. Tsunade opened her eyes and also looked to him, waiting for his answer. Hiruzen smiled thinly. I have had the unique experience of having a ghost from my past re-enter my— Rest assured, my dear, if my old sensei wanted me dead I would not be here. She slammed a hand on the table. Don't, she bit out roughly. Don't joke about that. Hiruzen bowed his head. Forgive me. But death is an inevitability. One I've been waiting for quite some time now. He missed his wife. Biwako had been by his side through everything and these past 5 years barely registered in his memory. Without her by his side, it all felt like a numb blur. Why? Hiruzen looked to Jiraiya. His student looked at him over his cup as he took a sip. Why did you summon me, ask me to find Princess and bring her back, if not to help you stop this? Hiruzen gave Jiraiya a patronizing look. Asking questions you already know the answer to does not suit you. Do not play the fool with me, Jiraiya. A flash of pain went across the other man's expression before it went carefully still. You want us to help him? The current Hokage hummed. Yes, I do. He chortled to himself. Not that Sensei needs help, but the transition will go smoother for the village with you two at his side. Sage knows Danzo and the others will not go willingly or gracefully. Jiraiya barked a laugh. Of course he's going for the council too. Of course, he muttered bitterly, draining the rest of his cup. He refilled it in Tsunade's when she pushed hers in his direction. He wants me to be Hokage in your place, Tsunade announced, and Hiruzen nodded his head, having expected Tobirama to pick a potential candidate from either the elite of Konoha or from the Sannin. Damn it, don't just nod like you already knew that. You're not that all-knowing. I was taught by this man, Tsunade, Hiruzen pointed out. I learned from him, and due to the mishap with time, he hasn't changed much from memory. I cannot predict everything, but the obvious steps he would take, like who he would select to succeed me, I could hazard a guess at. Tsunade scoffed and turned to Jiraiya. Am I the only one pissed off that he's saying all this like it's the weather? Nope. Jiraiya rubbed an eye. Sensei, why? Why are you letting what is essentially a coup d'état disguised as a court trial happen? This is going to look horrible not only to Konoha itself, but to our enemies. What if Kumo decides that this is a weak point and they should attack? I have heard such a point from Koharu and I care not to hear it again. Maybe if you're hearing it from more than one person then you should start listening. Or, Hiruzen said lowly, I can step down as Hokage and my chosen successor can take up the hat. Peacefully and smoothly. They didn't seem to be thinking about alternatives just yet and were still trying to stop the situation, so he helped them along. Both his former students stared at him in shock before Jiraiya sighed heavily and Tsunade cursed creatively. Hiruzen took this time to refill his pipe with fresh tobacco and pour himself some sake. Unbelievable. Tsunade eventually spat, throwing her hands up in the air. Are you actually working with Aji-san? Just go ahead and tell me, Sensei, I might actually believe it. I am not, he answered evenly. Bullshit. Hiruzen sighed. Tsunade. Jiraiya. They both quieted and gave him their attention. Dutiful students. Regardless of events and opinions, there is one thing we can all agree on. I am old. I am too old to hold this office. I was too old when Minato succeeded me and I was much too old when I took the office back after his death. As Hokage, I've done my best to look after everyone in this village, but as time goes on and has gone on, I've become weak. He looked between the pair. There will come a time very soon where I will die or be disposed. I am sorry, truly sorry to cause you this pain, but it is the truth. I have no successor, no one to take up the hat once I am gone. Danzo will try. Hiruzen scoffed. But he will fail. He is just as old as me and what more, he does not have the will of fire. I cannot sit back and let things go on currently, not with what I know is coming. With threats abroad, he nodded to Jiraiya, who clenched his jaw, and threats within. I needed to do something to ensure the village would be in good hands after I was gone. He lifted a shoulder in a shrug. The arrival of my not-so-late sensei, while not what I was expecting, was what I needed. Tsunade shook her head. I can't be Hokage. I'm not Orochimaru, sensei. I'm not. She squeezed her eyes shut and Hiruzen saw her lift a hand to the crystal necklace she wore even now. I can't be Hokage. I won't. Hiruzen felt his heart clench. The title, the office, the hat, was something so much more to Tsunade. Something terrible and painful. It was why he knew she was one who would be the best Hokage. My dear, he said softly, I cannot force you to say yes. But within you, you carry the blood and knowledge of Hokages. All of them. He nodded to the necklace she wore and pretended not to see her eyes shine with tears. You know better than anyone what it means to be Hokage. Tsunade blinked rapidly. I can't, she stopped when Jiraiya dropped a hand on her shoulder. The pair shared a long look before the man sighed heavily and looked wearily at Hiruzen. Is this really what you want? Hiruzen nodded. More than anything. Then get us up to speed on what's going on in the village. We'll pass it on to your old sensei. Naruto stuck his tongue out in concentration as he touched paint-covered hands to the wooden surface. Orange bloomed prettily under his hands, finishing the orange hand flower he'd been making. The boy smiled to himself at the sight of it before twisting to dunk his hands in the pail of water his uncle had left them to clean their hands. All around the new wooden top for their new kotatsu his friends crowded around, chattering and painting. Shursui had even managed to talk Itachi into painting with his hands. Uncle had found another kotatsu from somewhere after kicking out the other old man and his old cousin and cleaning up the broken table. He'd given them paint and told them not to bring the mess inside the house before disappearing into his office to work on a seal for the rest of the morning. So is that mean lady coming back? Ino asked him after Naruto had scrubbed his hands clean on a dirty towel. Tenten lifted her head from where she was drawing kunai in gray paint and scowled. Don't call her mean lady. She's Tsunade Senju, one of, yeah, I know, Ino cut in mulishly. She's still mean. Yelled and broke Aji-chan's table. The other girl flushed but looked away. They'd all seen and heard the altercation from the backyard, gathering around Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru when Tobirama had quickly shuffled them away from the broken table and walked Tsunade off clan grounds. The trio had been startled and shaken, but not shaken enough that they couldn't tell what the conversation had been about. Naruto reached around Ino to swipe his fingers through the can of green paint sitting by Hinata. Aji-chan isn't happy with the old hag, so I don't think so, he answered, carefully tracing the stem to his hand flower. He almost yelled, believe it. Kiba scoffed and shook his head. And she got mad about maybe being the Hokage? I don't get it. Why would she get angry about that? Being Hokage would be awesome. That had been bothering Naruto too. It has been his dream since forever to be Hokage, but this lady cousin of his yelled and broke stuff at the idea of it. Niji hummed, not looking up from where he was helping Lee paint the leaf symbol. Maybe she doesn't want to be Hokage because she doesn't like the village. She's been gone for a long time. The older boy took a rag and cleaned up a shaky line Lee made. He then lifted his head and blinked before turning to Tenten. Why did she leave? The girl opened her mouth to answer, but nothing came out. Tenten closed her mouth with a frown before shrugging. I don't know. Maybe because her teammate went rouge? Whoa, what? Choji piped up. He'd been in the midst of painting a pink butterfly. Her teammate went, that's not good. Shursui sighed, finally decided to intervene in the conversation between the younger kids. Tsunadeheim's teammate, Orochimaru, did go rogue shinobi a long time ago. If you go by the rumors in the village, Orochimaru was a really bad guy. He experimented on people and kids, killing a lot of our own people. Choji balked. And Ji-chan wants Tsunade to be Hokage? What if she goes rogue shinobi too? Itachi frowned and shook his head. You can't judge someone by another person's actions. Tsunadeheim didn't help Orochimaru do his experiments or escape. You should be looking at what she has done and only that. From outside the tightly packed ring of kids, another voice chimed in. She's been basically a rogue shinobi for years. Shikamaru rolled from his back onto his side. He was laying on a large pillow placed on the engawa of the house, just inside the warming seals that kept the winter cold out. The small Nara yawned into his hand before looking at Itachi seriously. My old man says that she left the village. Not on orders or on a mission. She just left. Shinobi don't do that. Hokage don't do that. The other kids echoed in agreement. Only Tenten, Sasuke, and Naruto remained quiet. Sasuke looked between the Nara and his older brother, trying to decide what his opinion should be. Naruto silently filled in the leaf outline he'd painted for his hand flower. Tenten's shoulders slumped. She's a legendary Sannin, though. And the Shodame's granddaughter. Ji-chan's grandniece. And the student of Sandame. If anyone could be Hokage, it would be her. Sasuke tilted his head to the side. You can't judge someone by other people, he repeated. Unseen by most, Itachi sighed. The brother pair did some final touches on the cat they were painting. Tenten made a frustrated sound. She's super strong. Isn't that what a Hokage is? Naruto pursed his lips. I don't think so, he mused lowly. If a Hokage was just strong, then a lot of people could be Hokage. Sandy Sandaime would have stopped being Hokage a long time ago, you know. He's old, believe it. Someone else could have been Hokage, like Inu and II, the hag maybe. Big brother, Sasuke added and Shursui snickered. Me too. Kiba exclaimed. Hinata continued on from Naruto's thought. So if F being strong isn't J just what a H Hokage is, W what else are they? She asked. She had a field of small flowers painted in front of her by now. Choji touched his chin with a painted finger. Well, I know Hokages are picked. It's not like we have fights to be Hokage. Usually the current Hokage picks a successor, Shursui agreed. Tobirama-san picked Sandem-sama as his successor and that's how he became Hokage. Same with Sandem-sama to Yandem-sama. If someone's picked to be Hokage, then they have to be strong and popular? Ino questioned and Shursui shrugged. Kinda. They can't be hated, or else no one will want to follow their orders. The girl made a noise of understanding. They gotta be smart, Naruto added. Ji-chan and the old man are both really, really smart. I think Hashirama Ji-chan might have been smart too. Kiba brightened. Yeah. He's the god of shinobi, right? Naruto blinked in surprise at the title before laughing. He had to be awesome if he was called that, believe it. Oh. Hokage's gotta be awesome too. Shursui and Itachi shared an amused look, their chakras coiling comfortably against one another. We asked Tobirama-san about Hokages once, Shursui admitted and little eyes zeroed in on him unerringly. He said a Hokage is best chosen to support the future. The next generation of shinobi and how best to help them. Naruto smiled warmly. A Hokage should keep kids safe. Shursui nodded and hummed. He placed his handprint under the crow he'd painted. Basically. Rock Lee looked around the group, hoping for their answers. So is Tsunadeheim all this? Strong, popular, smart, awesome, and will keep kids safe? No one really had an answer to that. They didn't know the woman well enough to say. Naruto glanced back to the house. Ji-chan thinks so. The boy frowned. He reached for the bucket again and dunked his hands, scrubbing them clean quickly. Gotta pee, he shouted when someone asked where he was going. He climbed his way up onto the engwa and veered his way through the sitting room and towards the hallway, but he passed the bathroom and instead headed for the cracked door. Sprout, his uncle greeted as Naruto slid the door open. The man was peering over his shoulder from where he sat at the desk under the window. Glasses were resting halfway down his nose. Is everything okay? The boy grunted as he padded over to the man. Tobirama's eyes flicked over him and he'd scared. You've got paint on yourself. I was painting, Ji-chan. Did ya forget? I didn't. Come here. Naruto sighed when Tobirama turned around and urged him closer, licking a finger and scrubbing it firmly over spots on his face. It wasn't really a sigh of impatience. If anything, it was a sigh that went with his shoulders drooping. His uncle's fingers were warm as they touched him, different from the cold chakra the man laid over him. The boy couldn't help but think back to how he first met his uncle. It was hard to remember, but he knew they weren't like this. Tobirama always moved slowly around him, spoke quietly. Warned him when he thought he might scare Naruto. Now though? Now his uncle always seemed to be touching him. Ruffling his hair or helping clean his hands and face or guiding his body through stances and motions. It made his chest feel warm. You're soft. The deep rumbling voice, deeper than even his uncle's, spread through his body like rising water. It wasn't a voice he could actually hear, not when he was out of the mind jail cell place. Naruto smiled and tried not to laugh. My uncle is great, believe it. The chosen kin of my first warden. A scoff, one that sounded like boulders crashing together. Yeah. Great. He wasn't sure how to respond to that. On one hand, the way Tobirama talked about Mito made her out to be a real kick-butt princess, but he also knew that Kyuubi had been imprisoned against his will because of her and that wasn't okay. In the end, he didn't need to say anything. Your musings on morals and ethics are paltry. Paltry? Another huff, and silence. He was briefly distracted by his uncle nudging his chin to make him turn his head. How did you get paint behind your ear, Sprout? He muttered, his tone low and lilting as his lips quirked up faintly. Naruto grinned and snickered. Don't know, he replied as the man scrubbed the spot. Looks like you'll need a bath before you go over to Chuji's tonight, Tobirama thought out loud and the boy bounced in place happily. Their bathroom and tub were huge, believe it. Naruto could swim in his bathtub and sometimes he could talk his uncle into doing water shows. Oh, that reminded him. Ji-chan, what does paltry mean? Small, the man answered promptly. Usually it's in reference to quantity, how much you have of something. Like a paltry meal doesn't have much food. A white eyebrow rose as Naruto pouted. Why do you ask? Has someone said something to you? No, Naruto whined even as he sent the mental equivalent of a glare to the Kyuubi. The fox just laughed. Tobirama didn't look altogether convinced. If someone is giving you trouble, tell me. I'll have a word with them. Now, was there a reason you sought me out? Hungry? Well. Yes, but... Naruto held up his arms. Wanted a hug. The stiff lines of his uncle's face relaxed and opened up. Of course, he murmured and opened his own arms. Naruto stepped into his lap and sighed again. Happily. They sat there for a few long moments, holding each other, before Naruto spoke. That old man, he started, quietly and partially muffled from where his chin was tucked into Tobirama's fur mantle. Jiraiya. He's my godfather. Tobirama stroked a hand up and down his back. Yes. And godfather means he's family? In a way. Godfathers and godmothers are picked by a child's parents when they're born. If something were to happen to the child's mother and father, the godmother and godfather are to step forward and take the child under their care. Naruto's stomach sank. So this Jiraiya guy was supposed to be my dad? The chest he was leaning against rose and fell slowly. That sigh didn't sound happy. Essentially, Minato and Kushina chose him, asked him to raise you if anything ever happened to them. The boy's fists tightened in the fur. But he didn't. No. He took a deep breath and when he exhaled, it shook and stuck. The arms around him tightened, wordlessly trying to comfort him. Is something really wrong with me? He asked eventually. Everyone treats me bad. Not just strangers but Gigi, Jiraiya. Everyone. Naruto sniffled. And I'm not Kyuubi. Am not, believe it. But everyone still hates me, so that must mean something's wrong with me, yeah? No. He clung tighter at the harsh, hissing whisper, wanting so desperately to believe it. Hear me well, Sprout. I will always tell you the truth no matter what, so when I tell you that there is nothing wrong with you, you must believe me. Naruto blinked quickly, fighting back tears. So then why? This world and this village have done so many wrongs by you. And I wish I could point a finger and tell you it was one thing. If only then, it would be easy for me to fix. Over and done with quickly. The hand on his back pressed flat. It was big enough to cover his shoulders. The fact of the matter is that it's complicated. People are complicated. They believe themselves justified and right in what they did, but they are not. They are wrong to look at you and see a demon or monster. They are wrong, Naruto. He resisted for a moment when his uncle tugged him, but went with it after a moment. His chin shook as he peered back into earnest and sharp red eyes that had only ever looked at him in kindness. Even back in that forest before they knew they were family. A pale finger gently traced under his right eye, gathering the unshed tears. You are no monster or demon. Truth be told, neither is your companion. His left eye was brushed, dried with care. People were wrong to treat you as they have and even more people were wrong to let it go on. But this does not mean all people are bad and wrong like them. You, for one, are not bad or wrong. Your friends are not. Kakashi, Tenzo, Torifu, and our other friends. Tobirama sighed, cupping his cheeks in large palms. You will come to find that there will always be people who are wrong and bad, but you will also come to find that there are people who will cherish you, protect you, love you. Naruto reached up and laid his quivering hands over the man's. Your friends will always be there for you and steer you in the right direction. Live and measure yourself by how these people see you. No one else matters. Naruto sniffed hard and nodded. Oh, okay. And you are you, above all else, came the answer to the question he couldn't bear to ask for fear of rejection. You, my Sprout, I cherish above all else. You, I'll protect with my final breath. You, I'll love you until we're both in the Pure Lands. I love you, Naruto. I love you too, Ji-chan. Tobirama leaned back to dodge the cluster of shuriken thrown his way before reaching out to pluck one of them out of the air. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it spinning back towards the child who'd used them. Sasuke yelped upon seeing the shuriken coming back at him, but Itachi pulled him out of the way by his collar. Satisfied that the child wasn't going to be hurt by his attack, Tobirama lifted a foot and jumped, flipping over Kiba. Kiba growled at the fact that his lunge had been evaded, but the Senju had to give him credit for pivoting quickly to renew his attack. The man twisted away from Niji's strike and stepped around Ino's sharpened kunai. Tobirama huffed in amusement as he continued to evade and dodge around the children's barrage of attacks. He had to admit, they were getting creative. Hinata and Niji teaming up with Lee in an effort to corral him into one another's attacks, Kiba and Tenten working with Choji in an attempt to bolster their leaps and attacks, Naruto giving Shikamaru a handful of seals to use while the blonde acted as a distraction. Tobirama was proud that they didn't give up in the face of stacked odds and instead strategized and planned. The fact that they seamlessly dragged the new Uchiha trio into their plans also pleased him. His own era was showing in the satisfaction he took in seeing Uchiha children working with other clan children and non-clan children. How the tables have turned and times have changed. He fought in humor while turning over into a handstand and then a cartwheel when Shui took a playful swipe at his side. The team laughed when Tobirama grabbed his wrist and pulled him along, making him trip and fall on his face. The kids eventually tired themselves out, though it was later than he'd thought it'd be. Their stamina was increasing with his training. Tobirama brushed a hand through his fur mantle as the kids collapsed and panted for air. Good work, he praised. Choji, you showed great speed in supporting Tenten and Kiba. Shikamaru, good follow-through on the strategies you committed to. The Akimichi beamed and didn't flinch when the Nara groaned and flopped against his side. Naruto, your traps are improving with every seal you write. Keep it up. His nephew jumped, ever a fountain of energy, crying his favorite phrase. Ino, Hinata, you didn't hesitate to come after me with the intent to hurt. If I hadn't dodged, you would have struck well. Ino smiled wildly and Hinata blushed. Niji, Lee, good job hurting me consistently. You made up for each other's lack of speed with excellent teamwork. Tenten, Kiba, good energy and stamina. You never let up once. The quartet celebrated in the varying degrees of energy they had left. Sasuke, your long-range addition to the others' close-range tactics was precise and accurate. It shows that you've been working with shuriken for quite some time. The youngest Uchiha seemed to be fighting a smile and bounced ever so slightly in place. Itachi gave his younger brother a fond smile and patted his head. Shui jumped up and down. What about me? What about me? Tobirama resisted the urge to smile at the intentional childishness. Shui had been with the younger kids the entire time, badgering Tobirama to spar with them and then taking as many steps back as possible to let the younger kids have their moments to shine or to give them an opportunity to shine. Tobirama could see the teen's future as an instructor or teacher. Your ability to set up attacks and defense was instrumental, he complimented, playing along but also not lying. Itachi. The young boy startled, as if expecting to be left alone. Tobirama would fix that. Good work watching your teammates' backs. Of course, Itachi murmured, ducking his head. Thank you. Tobirama nodded, satisfied, and took note of the faint steam raising off of their overwarm bodies. Remember to stretch, he coached them. Your muscles need to slowly cool down. Kiba flopped down onto his bum and lazily folded himself over his knees while peering up at him. How'd you get so strong, Ji-chan? He asked, and Tobirama had to resist the urge to twitch. The children had quite suddenly started calling him Ji-chan, and he didn't know if he should blame his nephew, Kakashi, or the tiny Nara. Even now Kakashi's chakra sparked in amusement and Naruto beamed. Shikamaru was being convinced to do cooldown stretches by Choji and not paying attention whatsoever. Kiba scrunched up his face. I know you were Hokage and all, but how did you get that strong? This wasn't the first time younger kids had asked him that question, and his answer was still the same as it was back when he was 10. Practice. Time. Dedication. Drive. Lee hummed from Kiba's side. What do you mean by that? Being a shinobi is not just about learning powerful new jutsu as quickly as you can. The skills a shinobi must have are many and diverse, many and very different from one another, he lectured to the watchful little eyes. But they must also be maintained. If you ask any shinobi, they will tell you that they take time to spar, to study, to sharpen their weapons. Taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu are all well and good until you forget them. He nodded his head to where Kakashi was sitting on Tenzo while tending to his gear. The pair hadn't shown it earlier, but they had arrived at the clan compound anxious and tense for the evening to come. Tobirama's 2 weeks were up, and while he would have liked more time to assure that Tsunade would take over as Hokage, he felt confident enough in the support of the Ino-Shikacho alliance and the backing of the Uchiha to proceed with the removal of Tenzo's seal and whatever information the pair wanted to share with him. Tenzo had tried to participate with the group and had done an admirable job earlier, while Tobirama had spoken with Tsuna-chan and her teammate, but when the cub had shown up, Tenzo had seemingly dissolved into nerves. He would have gone into the trees in some sort of quest for peace, but Kakashi hadn't approved and had wrestled Tenzo to the ground before sitting on him. The younger teen had given up on trying to go deeper into Hashirama's tree grove and instead had resigned himself to his spot, though, judging by the feel of his chakra, Tenzo was still meditating and reaching out to nature chakra. Tobirama spared a quick thought to possibly teaching him senjutsu before he accidentally started to turn himself into a tree. Kakashi didn't spare any attention to the impromptu class and was instead focused on stringing ninja wire to shuriken. Shursui, however, was paying avid attention. The teen nodded and looked between the children. It's true, you know. It's not just about practicing to make sure you can get something right, it's about practicing so you can keep doing it right and also keep getting better at it. Shikamaru had apparently had enough of Choji needling him and had just folded over his crossed legs and stayed there. Sounds troublesome. Shursui lifted a hand and tilted it back and forth. Sometimes, yeah. But if it means I can keep myself and my teammates safe, it's more than worth it. Sasuke frowned, looking between his brother and cousin, before facing Tobirama. How old were you when you started being a shinobi? He asked oh so innocently. Tobirama thought for a moment, debating which answer he should give. Finally, he huffed and shrugged his shoulders. I first started going on missions when I was 4 years old. The children, all of them, Shursui and Itachi included, startled. Even Kakashi stilled and gazed at him with his lone eye. Tobirama sighed and closed his eyes. I was a message runner for my clan. I was to cross battlefields and enemy territory to deliver instructions, orders, and information. His sensor abilities hadn't been known at that point in time, but they'd been instrumental in keeping him alive. When he opened his eyes once more, he saw that Sasuke's eyes were blown wide. You were younger than us? The Senju grunted in confirmation. But... The boy spluttered and seemed at a loss for words. Niji picked up the conversation line. But why? He waved a hand at his companions. We're too young to be shinobi. Why were you a shinobi even younger than we are? For many reasons, he demurred, tapping his fingers in the crook of his arm. You all understand that I was born in a different time, yes? That through an accident I actually moved forward in time by a few decades? Heads bobbed up and down. The time in which I was born would be unrecognizable to you. There was no village, no laws, no rules. All anyone ever knew was clan, and my clan was at war. Had been for centuries. Hundreds of years. He shrugged. My clan was large, but not infinite. We only ever had so many shinobi and were always in need of more. His red eyes slid to the side, towards the ancestor tree. Under certain leadership, it was determined that children would be trained to be shinobi. I was one of the youngest to start going on missions, but not by much. Itachi made a soft sound and Tobirama felt the child's summer breeze chakra brush against his own before pressing insistently. Soulful and sad dark eyes watched him even as he opened up his cold chakra, allowing the boy to coil and settle in Tobirama's chakra. It wasn't quite the embrace Tobirama usually settled around the children, but a joining. A sharing, a unity of chakra. Oh, he mumbled. Who did you lose? Naruto's chakra spiked brightly, startling Tobirama and Itachi alike. The blonde boy glared at Itachi. You don't just ask things like that, believe it, he shouted, and Itachi ducked his head. Naruto, Tobirama snapped. The boy flexed his jaw mutinously. What? I'm right, that's not something you just ask. Ask? Choji repeated while the other children shifted uneasily at the show-up temper. I don't understand. What did Aji-chan lose? Naruto's teeth clicked shut at Tobirama's look and at the feel of cold chakra prodding him. The boy blinked rapidly when he settled his chakra around the boy. It is fine for people to ask, Sprout, he assured his nephew. Itachi's chakra swirled hesitantly, lightening its touch. Apologies, Senju-sama, he offered quietly, and Tobirama sked, cutting off any further apology when he reached out and pressed more firmly against Itachi's chakra. There's no need. Tobirama looked to Choji. Itachi isn't asking what I lost, but who? I once had 3 brothers. My Anija was the only one to survive. My 2 younger brothers died at your ages. The war was not forgiving on them. The man took a deep breath. Their names were Kawurama and Atama. They were my precious little brothers. There was a heavy moment of silence as the children did their best to process what they'd been told and make their own opinions of it. The voice that spoke up first wasn't one Tobirama was expecting. That's why you're doing this. Dark angled eyes peered at him, sure and hard. Shikamaru narrowed his gaze and pointed a finger at Naruto, who scowled. That's why you're talking to my old man and uncles and the Sannin. The Senju hummed and nodded slowly. One of the reasons, yes. What are you talking about? Ino asked, looking lost. Naruto crossed his arms. Aji-chan is gonna charge G the Hokage and the other bad adults with child neglect, abandonment, and a bunch of other stuff. Shika is saying Aji-chan is doing all that 'cause Kawurama-ji-chan and Itama-ji-chan died when they were little. Real little. Tobirama felt like he'd been punched. He squeezed his eyes shut at hearing his nephew refer to his brothers by uncle. If his hands hadn't been tucked away, they would have been trembling. Itachi's chakra warmed considerably next to his, and yet another chakra presence nudged against him. Shirsue's cyclone of chakra seemed to hesitate before surging forward, giving Tobirama the almost long-forgotten feeling of a chakra embrace. His surprise nearly doubled when Itachi's chakra also swelled in an effort to help Shirsue embrace Tobirama's chakra, though the task was near impossible given the size of it, even condensed as it was. His control slipped and his body shivered under the sensation of it, and when he darted a look to them, he could see 2 aching sets of eyes watching him. Tobirama quickly adjusted himself, regaining control of his expression while also shrinking his chakra smaller for the pair of boys. The man refocused in the middle of Kakashi explaining, apply to go to the academy at an earlier age, but the actual minimum age to apply is 8. The young man waved a hand at the pair of Uchiha shinobi and himself. There are even some cases where you can apply to graduate early. Usually those applications are denied, but the last war was hard on us. A lot of genin were allowed to start and graduate early. Tobirama could feel himself bristling. And so the solution determined was to throw children to the front lines, he growled, grinding his teeth. There is a law in place to keep that from happening. There isn't even a clause to allow for wartime extremes. Under no circumstance were children allowed to graduate early. There was a clause to allow prodigies and struggling students exemption from classes in exchange for personal mentorship, but none to allow for early genin licensing. Kakashi shrugged and held up his hands, showing the shuriken and ninja wire he had. I wouldn't know, but I do know it became a usual thing. Tobirama felt too warm. And not because of the fire-natured chakras pressing close to him. He took a deep breath, vaguely grateful that Shirsue's and Itachi's chakra were keeping him from easily losing control of his own chakra. He let it go with a count of 10. I'll need to speak with Saru about that, he eventually said. He faced the gathering of children, uneasy and unsure of what was being discussed. I care very much for all of your safeties and happiness. I am aware that there are many things that can be said for my character, motivations, and past. But never doubt that I care for each and every single one of you, and I would fight to my last breath to ensure your safety. Kakashi watched his peripherals, observing Naidame slowly herd his growing horde of children into the main house. The little Hyuga princess was in her usual place in Tobirama's arm, and on his back was the Nara kid, already passed out for the nap time the Senju was going to coax the other kids into after a small snack. He hummed and flexed his toes, absently trying to work some warmth back into the small appendages. He wondered if Tobirama was aware of how domestic he appeared and acted. Probably. The Umbu captain threaded the last of his shuriken with wire and packaged them into his weapon's pouch. He then pulled out his whetstone and tugged his gloves off in order to sharpen the metal plates on the back of them. Kakashi had been watching and evaluating the Senju almost from the moment he appeared in this time. When he'd seen the large man stalk through the Hokage building radiating enough killing intent to make even him pause, he thought it was history come to life. The White Wolf, the White Demon, the bane of the Uchiha come back to haunt the village and its enemies. He would admit he'd thought his sleep deprivation was causing him to hallucinate when he'd seen the Nidaime act so differently around Naruto. To see the Senju crouch low, move slowly, speak softly to the boy, his sharp non-Sharingan red eyes taking in every cue and sign like a book was shocking. In the moment, he'd been reminded of a conversation he'd had with his dad so many years ago. Kakashi had been reading through a history book as big as his own chest and had come across a picture of Tobirama Senju. He'd seen his white hair and asked his dad if the Nidaime was related to the Hatake family. Sakumo had laughed. No, but that wasn't for a lack of trying, he'd said, and at Kakashi's inquisitive head tilt, he'd continued. Your grandmother tried for years to get Nidaime-sama to join our pack. Through marriage, adoption, kidnapping, by our avatar. All of it. We tried to kidnap the Hokage? Kakashi had spluttered and Sakumo grinned in response. This was before he was Hokage and even before the village was founded. The Hatake clan were nomadic at that point and had ties to the Uchiha clan. Trade relations for pelts and prey in the winter for them and warm fires for us. Not binding, but friendly enough that we didn't go near the Senju clan. At least, until one Senju started going on missions and reaching out to other clans. Sakumo looked fond. My mother wasn't the kindest person in the world, especially to non-pack shinobi. But Tobirama Senju made an impression. She called him a pack of one, a man who was pack at heart. Kakashi's eyes widened and his father nodded. A Senju by blood, but wild at heart. But isn't it lonely to be a pack of one? Yes. But, to be honest with you, I never saw him actually alone. He and the Shodaime were infamous for their bickering, but it was obvious they were family, pack. And I remember seeing Tobirama-sama and Midouheim together and there was no denying the love between them. And, of course, he had a pack of cubs that followed him. His students. Sakumo shook his head. A pack of one, but never alone. Kakashi listened absently to the lower rumble of Tobirama speaking inside the house and had to agree with his dad. The Senju was Senju, but even he could feel and see the wild in him. As if his closeness with his summons wasn't evidence enough of that. He quietly scoffed and Tenzo stirred under him. Oh. He'd almost forgotten his friend was there. Where did everyone go? Before Kakashi even had a chance to open his mouth, Tenzo continued. Oh. It's nap time. Kakashi snorted in humor. Tenzo had been watching his apparent kin for a shorter time than Kakashi and was already well versed in the older man's routine. Domestic and wild. He ran his whetstone along his glove plate carefully, thinking of the information he and Tenzo carried. They had become used to Tobirama's domestic and controlled mannerisms and actions, and Kakashi didn't know if he was eager or scared to see the man's wild and vicious side after they told him what they knew. He knew for sure that Danzo, manipulative and cunning old man that he was, would be terrified if not dead by the time the sun rose again. Tsunade felt weighed down by her head and heart. She tilted her head back and watched grandfather's trees rustle and sway as she passed underneath them. Underneath her feet, grandmother's seals warmed and flickered in warm chakra. However many years had passed, however many derisive and dismissive words had passed her lips, the remnants of her grandparents, the last heads of her clan and family, still welcomed her. Tsunade reached up a hand and ran her fingers through the leaves of the trees leaning down to greet her. She smiled wanly, reminded of her grandfather running his fingers through her hair. Tsunade admittedly didn't have many memories of grandfather. She'd been young when he'd passed. Almost too young. What she did remember was big and warm and happy. She never really knew him, not like she'd known grandmother. But she knew enough to love him and to bear the burden of his necklace, of the duty of Hokage. Tsunade passed the clan gates silently, alone. Her fingers came to touch the crystal resting warm on her chest. The duty of Hokage. It had killed her grandfather, her granduncle for a time, and now it was killing her sensei. She snorted and shook her head. Rather, it had already killed sensei. The things he'd told her and Jiraiya today sat heavy on her shoulders. The things he'd done, the things he'd confessed to Tsunade wanted to claim that they didn't affect how she saw her sensei, that she still loved him. But even Jiraiya the fool had been noticeably silent, his eyes averted. Sarutobi-sensei, though, hadn't appeared fazed. He smoked that damn pipe she'd railed him for years ago and just reported. Action after action, decision after decision, inaction after inaction. One right after another, Sensei damned himself further and further. Tsunade hadn't realized until then how changed and dead Sarutobi-sensei was. Of course, how could she realize when she'd been gone for so long? There was a chuffing sound, something that tickled at the very back of her mind in a long-forgotten memory, and she halted in her tracks to give the sound her attention. A summons, a massive snow leopard, stepped out from behind a house and padded over to her, yellow eyes gleaming in the setting sunlight. "Kitten of my kitten," the snow leopard greeted, and Tsunade nodded her head in greeting. "Kitten is in the main house. He's working on a seal at the moment, but there is food for you in the kitchen if you want it." "Thank you, Mari." Golden eyes blinked and looked her up and down. "Kitten has missed you dearly." "Welcome home, kitten of my kitten," she said as she brushed against Tsunade's side in the way cats do. Tsunade wasn't able to speak around the lump in her throat. Not in time to say something in return before Mari was gone once more, patrolling the clan grounds. Grandfather. Grandmother. Granduncle. Had she ever left to begin with? Tsunade's hands curled into fists. Did it matter that she'd left? That she'd lost everything? Uncle Tobirama appeared back into the village as if he hadn't been considered dead for 40 years and mourned as such. He welcomes her back in and asks her to become the very thing that took everything from her. She talks to Sensei for the first time in years and he asks the same thing of her. Her chest felt like it was on fire as she finally reached the main house, her old home. Those two had another thing coming if they thought she would just go along with their wishes. She opened the door, gearing up to let her uncle know just how callous he was being, when a voice called from deeper in the house. "Welcome home." Tsunade felt like she'd been punched. It took her a second to find her voice again. "I'm home." Tobirama's voice, it was just as deep and rolling as she remembered it, telling her hundreds of stories at her own demand, came once more. "We're in the sitting room. Dinner is in the kitchen." She closed her eyes. Had she ever left this home? Had she ever left her uncle? Because it seemed as though her uncle never left her. Taking her time stepping out of her sandals, she ignored the smell of food in the kitchen and made her way to the sitting room of her childhood. It took more focus than she liked to push back the memories and nostalgia of being here again, but she managed. It helped that when she stepped into the sitting room, it was to the sight of her uncle stuffing cotton balls into another shinobi's mouth while a third lounged with deceptive laziness nearby. Tsunade frowned. "Your summons said you were working on a seal," she murmured, confused. Red eyes blinked at her and she could recall how they'd squinted in amusement and humor so many years ago. How they'd looked at her with undivided attention and never wavered. "I am," her uncle assured her, ignoring how the long-haired shinobi groaned in disgruntlement at yet another cotton ball. The silver-haired shinobi nearby chuckled and waved a hand when his friend mumbled something unintelligible. Tsunade had kept up to date with the bingo book and knew the silver-haired shinobi to be Kakashi Hatake, Sakumo's kid. She hadn't seen more than a quick glimpse of the pale baby just after he'd been born before she'd left the village. When Sakumo had committed suicide, she'd grieved the painful death of an old drinking buddy and sometimes mentor of hers, but, if she was honest, she hadn't really thought of his son until now. Kakashi seemed to be at home and relaxed as he lazily signed with his temporarily mute comrade. It was at odds with the full armor and weaponry he sported. His long-haired friend was sporting similar armor and tools, though they both looked more umbu than the run-of-the-mill shinobi. And now that she looked, her uncle was also dressed as if to go on a mission. She hadn't noticed at first because she was looking for his infamous blue-plated armor, but it looked as if Tobirama had caught himself up on the latest armor and weapons. He was dressed in a sleek blue vest that looked stiff enough to have armor plates in it. Mesh peeked out from under his long-sleeved black shirt, and he must have found arm guards a while ago because they were already covered in seal work. The only thing that remained true to memory was the ever-present fur mantle around his shoulders and the Hapuri mask, which he hadn't even been wearing when he'd greeted her at the gate. Tsunade's stomach turned unpleasantly and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. These three were getting ready to battle. Her uncle was getting ready to fight, and that set her nerves on edge. "And where is this seal going?" she asked, not showing any sign of her unease or shock at observing their gear. The last time she'd seen her uncle geared up had been the second time he'd made the trip to Kumo for negotiations. The trip he never returned from. The one young shinobi with his mouth full of cotton balls pointed a finger at his mouth. His pinched, resigned expression nearly made her lips quirk up into a smile. Her uncle was setting up an array of brushes and ink that had a red tint to it. Seal ink. He picked up a pair of glasses and set them on his face before picking up a brush to examine its bristles critically. "I'm technically removing the seal in his mouth," he corrected her before looking at her directly. "Tsuna-chan, this is Tenzo. He's a cousin of ours. 4 times removed." Tsunade had been told earlier that she had surviving kin that had been taken from his family. Tobirama hadn't told her that her surviving kin had Mokutan, but Sarutobi-sensei had and explained that Tenzo had Mokutan because he was the lone survivor of genetic experimentation done by Orochimaru at Danzo's request. Tsunade wondered if this teenager was the only survivor because of distant Senju blood and not by chance. Tobirama seemed convinced he was kin. "Hello," she greeted formally. "I am Tsunade Senju. May your branch grow well, Sprout." Dark eyes widened for a moment before Tenzo regained his composure. He tried mumbling a few words, flashing a few signs, before settling on putting his hands on his thighs and bowing where he knelt. Kakashi spoke up from the other side of the room. He said, "Well met, and he looks forward to fighting with you. I'm Kakashi Hatake, by the way. I apparently don't deserve an introduction." Her uncle didn't deign to look back at the other shinobi. "You, unlike Tenzo, have a perfectly working mouth, cub. So rude. Whining is beneath you." "No, it's not." Tsunade watched the exchange with a bit of surprise and was shocked when Tobirama rolled his eyes. "It's actually good you're here, Tsuna-chan. I could use your help, if you're willing." She hummed questioningly and finally realized she was still standing in the doorway. The kunoichi strode forward and made to settle by the brand new kotatsu. She peered down at the paint covering it, most of which were of small handprints. "I've heard you're an accomplished medic, no?" That wasn't what she'd been expecting, but when those red eyes never moved from her, she found herself answering somewhat truthfully. "I haven't been called to practice in a good number of years," she admitted, tracing a finger over colorful, small handprints. "But, yes, I have my certification and training." "Where are the brats?" The house was so quiet now without the little bodies scampering around her uncle's feet. The man waved a hand. "Home for the night. Naruto is spending the night at a friend's house." He nodded at Tenzo. "How comfortable are you with the human brain?" Tsunade blinked. "Enough to operate via chakra." "Why?" "The seal I'm removing has an anchor in the speech center in his brain as well as an anchor to the memory center. I'm going to transfer the seal from Tenzo to a blank scroll, and I'm confident there will be no damage, but having a second set of hands to confine and control where the seal flows will make the process smoother." The Sannin spluttered, processing the information quickly. Why not just nullify the seal? She demanded, baffled. The number of tenketsu in the brain is uncountable. To transfer the seal like that, you'd be agitating practically every single one. Tobirama nodded. I'm aware. I'll be sealing his chakra to minimize the agitation and the chance of an anchor catching during the process, but I didn't have enough time to draft the seal's antithesis. It's too simple and too crude. Not enough time. The older man shifted and waved between Tenzo and Kakashi. They came to me asking to have this seal removed in exchange for valuable information. Information Tenzo physically cannot speak or give because of this seal. Tsunade froze. Danzo has his agents silenced. They've never been able to speak or testify to what happens in their ranks or if they are even a member of Root. It has made enforcing my disbandment ruling especially hard. She glanced at her supposed kin and the Hataki cub. Are you, was? A lone dark eye pierced her on the spot, or tried to. The brat had a long way to go before he could try to intimidate her. We want the last of its influence gone. And with the seal removed, we could finally report. Tenzo nodded tightly, looking down at the fist clenched on his knees. Tobirama peered curiously between the three. His gaze eventually landed solely on Tsunade. You know who wrote this seal? She swallowed, trying to figure out what she should say. Jiraiya and I went to see Sensei after we left here, she confessed, feeling small and guilty for a moment until she heard her uncle hum. He touched a finger to his temple and she chastised herself. Right. You already knew. Tsunade sighed and rested her elbow on the table, her chin in her hand. To distract herself, she looked down at the colorful kotatsu and traced a finger over some of the paintings. There was a surprising amount of orange paint on the table. Well, we had some questions for him and he answered. Every single one. And more. Tobirama cocked his head to the side. And does he know you're here? He asked me to come. That seemed to give him small pause. Tsunade could almost see his thoughts pick up speed and quantity, examining this from every angle and all of its implications. It was odd being able to see him now and know what was going on in his head, rather than be a child and think he had forgotten to eat again, and that's why he was frowning. Senju-sama. Tsunade startled a bit and looked over to see that the Hataki kid had sat up straight. We fully intend on reporting after. Tobirama rumbled a low, inhuman sound and waved a hand. I will remove this seal tonight regardless of what I learn and when I learn it. Our original deal never specified when I was to be told, after all, but it did specify when I would remove the seal. Tenzo visibly relaxed, relieved, and Kakashi nodded, bowing his head. Thank you. No thanks are required. That being said, he looked back to her. I'll ask that you hold your information until I'm done. If you are here to tell me what you've learned, then you can speak with Tenzo and Kakashi. She nodded, and took a deep breath. All right. You said you needed help? If you could shield his tenketsu during the process and help minimize inflammation and agitation, we may avoid the worst of a migraine for him. Tsunade hadn't expected to find herself standing over a teenaged member of her clan, hands on his head while her uncle carefully drew a seal and said teenager's dry and open mouth. She could feel the smallest of tremors going through Tenzo's body as he fought to stay completely still. It couldn't be easy for him to be like this. A shinobi and a member of Root, kneeling between two stronger shinobi he wasn't familiar with while stripped of his chakra and in a very vulnerable position. The way he kept looking to where the Hataki sat showed where a lot of his trust was. Okay, Tobirama eventually signaled, setting his brush aside and picking up the narrow blank scroll. With a flick of the wrist, he had the tail of it hanging open and free. He looked directly into the teenager's eyes, firm and steady. This isn't going to be pleasant in the least, but it will be done and over with quickly. I swear to you, you will be free and unharmed. Are you ready? Tenzo breathed in quickly through his nose before nodding. All right. Here we go. Suna-chan, Tsunade threaded her chakra through her hands and into the very delicate and temperamental tissue that was gray matter. She located the starry sky of Tenketsu in Tenzo's brain and also carefully layered them in her own chakra. Painstakingly she found each and every one of them and delicately wrapped them. All 3,219 of them. The formerly world-famous medic Neen took a deep steadying breath. There was no blood. There was no healing. This was purely preventative. No one's life was truly in her hands. She was okay. Tenzo was okay. Everything was going to be okay. Ready, she replied, her voice breathy and quiet instead of loud and firm. Damn her nerves. She felt more than saw her uncle jab a quick paralysis jutsu into Tenzo's jaw, tongue, and neck, freezing him in place with extreme precision. She felt the neurons start firing with blinding speed and activity, but what really caught her attention was the suddenly tangible mass of alien chakra. It felt so solid and ingrained to her senses, but even as she thought that it moved as if dragged. An oily ink stain from the back of Tenzo's head and from the left side of his brain, towards Tenzo's mouth. Tsunade heard Tenzo gag and felt his body stiffen and strain, but she couldn't let that distract her. She followed the path of the seal and healed the fried and strained neurons with a deftness that should have surprised her given how long it had been since she'd done this, but she just found herself grateful and relieved. Her uncle was right, it was a hard process that left much of Tenzo's brain and gray matter irritated and trying to inflame itself, but it was over quickly and she wasted no time in soothing every bit of flesh she could. Absently she saw her uncle pull his hand back from Tenzo's mouth and over the scroll he had in hand. The seal that was dragged out was as long as her forearm and, like Tobirama had said earlier, simple. From the corner of her eye she could see that it was mainly one long thick line with some smaller, shorter lines running alongside it. The second the last of the seal was removed, the paralysis jutsu was lifted and Tenzo sagged, gasping for breath and reaching to clutch his head right over her own hands. She shushed him absently, working as fast as she could to soothe the migraine. His brain was absolutely determined to swell, but she wasn't going to let it. The Hataki kid came over as Tobirama pulled back, murmuring quietly and pulling the sprout's hands down from hers. It was the work of another few minutes before she pulled back, pleased. Tenzo leaned into Kakashi, just breathing while Kakashi ran his nails carefully over the nape of his neck, pressing periodically on the nerve clusters there to help ease the tension. Tsunade, satisfied that Tenzo was in good hands, turned to her uncle. He was bent over the length of the scroll, examining it critically. Was it successful? The head of white hair moved up and down. The seal is here in its entirety. But it's strange. She stepped over and also peered at the seal. Grandmother had taught her a thing or two about seals over the years, but it seemed like a normal seal to her. Oversimplified, but still normal. How do you mean? Tobirama tilted his head side to side before trailing a hand around the head of the seal. It's matrix. I almost recognize it. It was Danzo. Both Senju turned and looked at where Tenzo was sitting up under his own power. He winced and touched a hand to his head, but blinked quickly. Danzo, he repeated quietly. His lips flashed up in a smile and a small hysterical laugh left his throat. Danzo. I can say his name. Kakashi ran a hand briskly over Tenzo's head while Tsunade glanced back at her uncle. The dark expression on his face made the hairs on her arms stand up straight. Danzo sealed you? He asked, his voice barely even a whisper. Tenzo swallowed and nodded, moving his hand to cup his throat. Yes. He does that to all. Tobirama suddenly stiffened, his eyes blowing wide. No, he breathed, his head whipping around to look out the door of the sitting room. No, a yellow flash blinded Tsunade before she could ask what was wrong. Ji-chan. What just happened? Tenzo exclaimed, rocking to his feet. Where'd he go? I don't know, Tsunade mumbled. They all froze in place when it felt like an ocean of snow melt crashed through the air, raging like white water. Tenzo teetered into Kakashi, blood seeping down his chin from where he'd bitten through his bottom lip. Tsunade shuddered, more startled and scared than she'd been in a long time. Her heart hurt with how quickly it was pounding, but she still fell on old training. Locate the threat. The Akimichi, she announced after a moment of concentration. Why? Kakashi was already lunging out the door. Naruto. If Tsunade wasn't in the narrowed focus of Gaga fight Savlavesta let him be, she would have been furious at herself that the Hataki brat was faster than her in reaching the Akimichi compound. As it was, her jaw hurt from how hard she was clenching her teeth. The Akimichi compound was in chaos, flames up in some buildings, craters in the land, blood. She quickly averted her gaze and threw her whole body into lunging forward once crossing the clan wall. Kakashi was too Quicksilver for her to easily track, but her uncle was like a flare in the night sky with how bright and livid his chakra was. Tsunade whipped into the house expecting to find her uncle in the midst of a fight, protecting Naruto, or ripping someone apart. She didn't expect to find him braced over a familiar Akimichi, his hands blazing with healing jutsu while he focused entirely on the larger man's face. Tsunade could remember Torafu from when she was younger. He would often visit and have lunch or breakfast with them, filling the whole house with his voice and presence. He'd never once looked this small. This bloody. She felt ice dump over her and for a second she thought it was Tobirama's chakra, but no. She felt the familiar stirrings of panic. Her heart trying to climb up to her throat, her lungs feeling like they'd been rubbed raw with sandpaper, the world crashing down on her shoulders. Her vision narrowed in on the torn hole in Torifu's side. Vaguely she knew that the cut was high enough and deep enough to have breached the man's right lung and he should be drowning in blood right now if it wasn't for her uncle. Her uncle who was glaring death at the two unmasked Umbu shinobi currently on their knees. The ringing in her ears was hard to hear through. Tsunade gasped for small breaths of air as she tried to force herself to look at Fuck. What were their names again? The pair of shinobi she'd been with. The brats. They looked frightened. That helped. That helped her think. They looked scared and trapped. Like sitting on their knees wasn't where they meant to be. The long-haired one was even on his hands and knees, visibly struggling to hold himself up against an unseen force. A force that was directed at them and not her. At the exact same moment I removed the seal you asked me to undo, my nephew was taken, and you sit there and try to say this wasn't planned? Tsunade blinked hard at the low, gravelly snarl coming from her uncle. She looked back, only at him, not at what he was kneeling over. She couldn't, and felt her breath catch when she saw that his chakra was visibly glowing around Tobirama. It was so dense. I will only ask you once more. Did you betray me? Did you betray Naruto? No, Kakashi, that was his name, Sakumo's kid, rasped. We'd never, the other one. Her kin, Tenzo, the one made from nature, choked. The floorboards around him tried sprouting and growing, only to curl down and be crushed. Had no idea, I swear, Tita please. Ji-chan. It startled Tsunade. She'd opened her mouth to shout the very same thing, to beg for his mercy for the brats, but someone beat her to the punch. She looked past her uncle and to the smashed-in doorway to what looked like had once been a living room. A small Nara child, characterized by the signature ponytail, though it looked a small push from coming undone, was standing there with the larger form of an Akimichi child braced on his back. They weren't part of it, the Nara exclaimed with enough animation to show just how distressed he was. He seemed out of breath and trying to keep his grip on his passenger. The man. Danzo. He told other masked shinobi that the seal had been removed and they needed to evacuate headquarters. He stopped in the middle of all this. The amount of venom that was spat in that single word would have had Orochimaru jealous, Tsunade thought absently. He had Naruto and was about to leave when he said that. It's not Inu Nii or Oni Nii. And just like that, the tide receded. Tsunade was passingly aware of Kakashi and Tenzo sagging and gasping for breath, but her hyper-focused attention latched onto the little Nara staggering. She caught his shoulder and mechanically helped guide the Akimichi child down to the ground, running a cursory medical scan over the pair. Danzo did something to him. Looked at him with a Sharingan, the Nara muttered, digging his fingers into his hair and pulling. He's not supposed to have a Sharingan, he's not Uchiha. Why is he an ice dealer? The amount of hysteria coming from any Nara, large or small, young or old, would have made her skin crawl. The hysteria coming from this little Nara made her fists ache to crack open a skull. She refocused quickly on the Akimichi child. It was a genjutsu then. Sure enough, when she scanned the chakra pathways in the Akimichi's head, Tsunade found it under the heavy-handed influence of a powerful genjutsu. She swallowed roughly and spread her own chakra along the child's, layering hers thick and dense before fluxing it. The Akimichi's eyes snapped open in an instant. He gasped for air, flailing. "He's going to be okay," Tsunade said dully right as a voice boomed behind her. Choji. Sannin or not, she knew better than to be in the way of any Akimichi on a mission. She pressed herself to the wall to give Choza room to come in and scoop the child up in his arms. Kami saved them all if that was Choza's son. She hoped Danzo hadn't just attacked an elder of a noble clan and the clan heir. She really, really hoped. Tsunade shook herself roughly. "He's going to be okay," she repeated, cutting in on the adult crushing the pair of kids to his chest. "They both are. Scrapes and bruises and a broken genjutsu on your son, but nothing permanent." Choza squeezed his eyes shut and nodded tightly. "Thank you," he breathed, burying his face in his son's hair. He leaned down and offered his open arm to the Nara. The child quickly went into his hold, burying his face in his uncle's neck. Choji was visibly listless and in shock while the Nara's shoulders hitched and jerked with panic breaths. Tsunade. She was turning to look before she registered who was calling her name. It took everything she had to not look down at old man Torifu as she met Tobirama's red blood eyes. "I need you to take over healing Torifu. I need to go after Danzo before he disappears with Naruto." It felt like she was being strangled. The ringing was coming back in her ears as Choza spoke up again. "Danzo did this? Danzo Shimura?" "Yes." She winced at the lancing fury that went through the Akimichi clan head's already tumultuous and aggressive chakra. "Did the village just attack my clan?" he whispered, his voice low and oh so dangerous. "Unknown. Danzo could be working on his own. Did a member of the Konoha Council just attack my heir, my honorable uncle, the Nara clan heir, and kidnap your heir?" The low and grinding snarl that came from Tobirama made everyone shudder and shrink. "Yes." Choza bared his teeth. "That's reason enough. The Akimichi have been betrayed and we demand retribution. Will you stand in our way? I'll bring you Danzo's head." "Good." The man stood to his impressive height. Every line of his body tense and hard except for the arms that held the children close. "My uncle is in your clan's care. I have a village to seize." He stepped down the hallway, past everyone to the front door, and bellowed, "Akimichi to arms. Akimichi to arms." "Tsunade." That voice left no room for refusal and she was forced to turn her eyes to her uncle's. His eyes burned and his face creased, his teeth bared in a snarl. Anger. Irritation, take over for me so I can save Naruto. Desperation. Her feet moved before she even knew what was happening. That fear, terror, and desperation took her back to those times where she couldn't move fast enough, heal fast enough. When she couldn't be enough. Tsunade fell to her knees at Torifu's side, her pants instantly soaking in the pooled blood. Her throat closed in on herself even as she knocked her uncle's hands out of the way. Green healing chakra burst to life around her hands and she forced herself to press them to the gaping wound. "Save him," she wheezed, barely able to breathe around the panic choking her. But like she'd realized before, she hadn't forgotten how to heal. The steps were ingrained in her very soul even when it tried to shy away and shatter into pieces. Tears slipped from her eyes, unable to look away from the struggling, bleeding chest underneath her. "Save him," she begged. "Not again," she pleaded silently, feeling her uncle disappear from her senses, the other two hot on his heels. "Don't let her lose anyone else." Where would Danzo go if he was looking to flee the village? Tobirama demanded as he raced across the rooftops of Konoha. Kakashi and Tenzo kept pace with him at this reduced speed. Even as he was asking the question, the former Hokage was making his way towards the void in the ground where so many high-level shinobi vanished from his senses into. Vanished from his chakra sense like Naruto had moments after he felt Torifu's chakra rise and drop. Danzo must have used the same method he used to conceal himself to conceal Naruto. Perhaps a seal, given that Danzo was the one behind the silencing seal and given how the Hiratian seals Naruto had been carrying weren't responding to Tobirama's summons. The underground tunnels, Tenzo rushed to answer, nearly tripping over his own words to say them. Tobirama felt guilt and shame for how hard he'd come down on him and Kakashi, but a large corner of his mind murmured that they still might be traitors, so he held off on apologies for the moment. They can go in any direction. It's how root agents were meant to leave the village unchecked and unnoticed. The Senju ground his teeth. In any direction. Danzo could be going anywhere and Tobirama couldn't sense him. He had no trail to follow and no way to discern where the man was going. All the tunnels start in root headquarters. Kakashi suddenly cut in, jumping forward with a burst of speed to make himself known to Tobirama. There is no access to them other than through the headquarters. We can hunt him down there. His heart roared at the prospect of a hunt. Do you have your pack? A lone gray eye cut sharply to him. I'm a Hataki. Tobirama bared his teeth in a mockery of a smile before leaping to twist and flip over the main road bisecting the village. In the periphery of his senses and focus he could feel the spreading alarm and fear through the village. Choza was making good on his word to seize the village, the Akimichi moving in concert to the Hokage building and Jonin standby station while small teams made for the Yamanaka and Nara compounds. Civil war was about to break out in the village. A coup d'état that Tobirama had wanted to avoid. As a stray thought he made a shadow clone. It broke off immediate and disappeared in a flash to the Uchiha compound. And what's the quickest way to access these headquarters? He asked, eyes scanning his surroundings as he neared the void. They were near the edge of the village where much of the village's water refinery and purification occurred. The Naka River glinted in the moonlight to his left. Kakashi surged forward again, lunging and moving with the grace and power Tobirama respected in the Hataki clan. Nowhere in the young man was the lazy and nonchalant persona he'd come to know. This was Kakashi Hataki on the move and ready for battle. Through the ground, he called, pointing a finger to massive circular opening in the ground nestled under weaving pipes. The moment Tobirama set eyes on the hole in the ground, his focus narrowed. Beyond that point was Danzo and his personal force of Umbu made loyal only to him. Down there was his sprout. Hold! Tobirama bellowed to the pair before launching off a building and into the maze of pipes. He tucked and curled before riding himself just over the hole. Far below he could see walkways with dark figures rushing across them. His chakra, thus far muted and hidden to conceal his intent and location, spilled out with the force of a tsunami as his hands came together. Water style, he bid out, storm upheaval. The dark figures stuttered to a halt on the bridges below for a precious second before the manifested ocean crashed down on them. Endless torrents of water fell into the undercity and Tobirama followed. As he did, he passed the seal barrier that had kept the area from his chakra sense and was startled to feel as many chakra signatures as he did. Danzo's root force was large and strong, both in number and skill if the already thrown kunai and jutsus coming his way were anything to go by. Most of which were knocked aside by Tobirama's still ongoing jutsu. The rest, knocked off course or dodged. Tobirama Senju, second Hokage, Senju clan head, the white demon landed in the crossroads of the highest walkway. Red eyes unmarked by Uchiha Tomo darted around, taking in information quickly. His hands shifted and his jutsu seamlessly switched. Water style, water shockwave. Whatever shinobi had managed to keep their feet or regain their balance after his initial attack were blasted away at a force that would have killed anyone caught off guard or under Jonin level. As it was, the walkway he'd just landed on crumbled to pieces from the force of his attack. Water and rubble rained down in chaos and confusion, further unsettling and offsetting the root forces. It was in battles like this that Tobirama thrived, striking when the enemy least expected it and striking true. 7 shadow clones popped into existence as he fell to the next level. 4 scattered into the first level's doorways and hallways, searching and clearing them. The remaining 3 readied for the battle to come. Tobirama crouched once he landed again, slamming his bloodied hand to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Eri exploded out of the smoke with a roar and Mari stalked on silent pause. At her back, 5 of her kin leapt to the rails and rubble, gaining vantage points and a feel for the battle they'd been summoned to. Their armor and beads moving silently, absorbing the sound and light around them. Seals glimmered on the metal and wooden armor plates. "Find my cub," he snarled darkly. "Find the cub stealer and litter killer. Seal any masked humans you come across." Kakashi and Tenzo joined him just as his summons vanished into shadows and around corners like ghosts. The younger teen looked grim and pale as he looked upon the drowned and partially destroyed pit. "The initiate's barracks," he said without context, and Kakashi scared. "You go," Kakashi commanded as he sliced his thumb open on the armor plate on the back of his glove. He knelt, clapped his hand to the wet concrete. Summoning Jutsu. Tenzo grimaced before running at the railing and vaulting over it, falling to the lower levels. Tobirama expected to hear the howls of wolves as smoke erupted from the Hataki, but to his surprise domesticated dogs were summoned. The dogs circled their summoner and growled at the gathering masked root agents. "This is a mess." "What's the situation, boss?" the small pug asked from where he was perched on the head of a large bulldog. "Search and retrieval." Kakashi pulled 2 kunai out of his pouch and spun them in his hands before catching them in reverse grip. "Danzo Shimura has taken Naruto Uzumaki and you're to find and lead Tobirama Senja to them. Understand?" Tobirama waited impatiently as the pack glanced at him. The pug turned back to the Hataki. "And what about you?" Kakashi shrugged. He reached up and lifted his crooked Hitai-8, revealing the red scar bisecting an equally red eye. "A little demolition probably. I'm not so good in fights like these. Don't fail me." Then he was gone in a blur of silver and gray, speed and blades at the ready to cut through anyone in his path. The Senju spared a quick thought to hope the man was wily and quick enough to avoid death and maiming against the army rallying around them. He also hoped that backup would come quickly. As it was, he could no longer sense the village or its citizens up above thanks to the seals on this place. "Can you track Naruto?" he demanded of the pack of summons. Normally he'd offer more respect to them, but he was feeling every second dragged by like knives in his gut. The pug scoffed and looked around with narrowed eyes. "In this washed-up mess?" "Not normally. But the pup has the fox. And we can track that." The small dog jumped down from his perch and ran towards the rail. "This way," he called just as he slipped through the bars and over the edge. Tobirama jumped down after the summons, spitting water bullets at root agents making moves towards them or towards where he could feel Kakashi ripping through other chakra signatures like lightning. 2 levels down he saw a mass of roots and trees covering one walkway. In its grasp were several masked shinobi in various states of unconsciousness. Prowling over the wood was one of his snow leopards, smacking a paw on their heads and sealing them into temporary comas. The hallway the walkway led to was completely blocked off by knotted wood. Further in that direction he could feel Tenzo charging down twisting hallways, heavy with vibrant mokutan. The man could hazard a guess that his goal was the series of rooms with small young chakra presences in it. The initiate's barracks, like he'd said. When he and Kakashi's pack landed on another cross-section of walkways, he almost expected to go straight over the rail yet again. They were nearing the bottom of the pit, but the dogs scattered and sniffed at the ground, trying to determine a direction. The golden hound with sunglasses barked after a moment before throwing his head back and baying. The sound sent Tobirama's blood racing. They had a trail. The hallway the pack raced for had several root agents emerging out of it, and Tobirama readied a jutsu only to stall it when Eri emerged from below the walkway. His littermate clawed her way up the wall before pouncing with a scream, seals exploding into existence with bursts of light that dropped the shinobi in an instant. Eyes that were normally warm and benevolent glittered like ice as she regarded the hunting pack. After a moment she turned on paw and sprinted into the hallway ahead of them. Tobirama tried sensing what was ahead in this area. If he could not sense Danzo or Naruto, then he could sense the environment and the other people in it. He released his chakra, guiding it to flow through the hallways and map out every corner, door, and nook for him. A couple dozen shinobi were down here, moving like agitated insects towards the main shaft of the pit. The man ground his teeth as he felt how elaborate and far-spread the headquarters was. It was a maze, and with as much of a head start as Danzo had on them, he could be anywhere and doing anything to slow down or stop pursuers. He was so focused on mentally mapping the root headquarters with his chakra that he nearly missed it when the pack took a sudden turn. Tobirama snapped out a hand coated in chakra and caught the wall, letting his momentum and the anchor whip him around the corner after the pack. "This is a dead end," he called out in irritation. They were wasting precious time. The large bulldog snorted and shook his head. "They definitely went this way. The smell of the fox is thick here." Tobirama had to keep from snapping. When he felt his temper fraying, he quickly redirected his attention. "Is Naruto hurt?" It had been bothering him since he found Torifu bleeding out. Had his sprout been hurt when Danzo and Root took him? Had he fought back, or was he restrained? The pug was the one who answered. "Doesn't seem like it. Can't smell any blood." The dog with sunglasses glanced back at him. "He must trust you a lot." "I can't smell any fear at all." They lifted a bit of weight from Tobirama's shoulders. Naruto was okay for now. He was okay. They came around another corner, and the Senju was both surprised and not surprised to see an open doorway in front of them. To his chakra sense, there was nothing but a wall here, but he'd seen before that Danzo had created a seal that blocked this particular sense of his. Annoying, but Tobirama should have realized his former student would put this seal to use after Tobirama's return. It was still disconcerting to run through the door and suddenly have his perception of everyone in the facility and the lower hallway levels disappear. Water moved down his arm to coat his hands in kunai, ready to be launched and to cut enemies to pieces. A room Danzo had passed through that was hidden from his senses screamed nothing but a trap waiting to be sprung. However, Danzo was proving to be unpredictable today, for the room they entered was mostly empty and had no exit. Two waves of his chakra, one heavy and one light, swept over the room to detect for anything hidden or waiting to surprise them. The summons shifted uneasily and sniffed the air, hackles raised. After a moment Tobirama lowered his blades and frowned at the unoccupied room. "They came this way?" "Yeah," the pug drawled. "And they didn't double back." The dog wrapped in bandages shook his head wildly and set his nose to the floor. "Then there's probably a hidden exit somewhere in here." The other dogs barked in agreement and scattered, searching the room with an efficiency Tobirama desperately needed to see right now. He couldn't help but think this was a false path. That this room was intentionally chosen as the destination of this misdirection so as to keep them occupied. So, what in this room was meant to keep their attention? It wasn't even trapped, and the only thing of note was the coffin wrapped in black cloth standing against the wall opposite the door they came through. Tobirama pursed his lips and cautiously approached the hulking shape. It was of the right size and proportions to be a coffin, but truthfully he couldn't see anything under the cloth. He scanned the object again with his chakra and tilted his head when it registered as dead and nothing to his senses. The former Hokage was beginning to get irritated that his chakra sense was being so frequently fooled. Slowly, he stepped closer and leaned in to peer at the cloth. The lighting was dim and low in this room, only a few candles, but with his practiced night vision he came to see that the cloth wasn't black at all. It was white and covered nearly completely in black ink. Tobirama's heart began to race the more he examined the ink and the patterns it made. Symbols. Arrays. Seals. Infinitesimal and so delicately thin. Hundreds upon hundreds of seals covered the cloth. Red eyes moved frantically, trying to discern the nature of the seals and the danger Danzo had left for them. Stasis. Time. Preservation. Binding. Tobirama adjusted the grip he had on his kunai. Something was sealed in this coffin. Something alive. That was almost unheard of, however. Living things couldn't be kept under stasis seals. Tobirama had tried for years to figure out how to essentially store live human beings like one would store weapons or equipment, but the fact of the matter was that living matter still needed things to survive, like air, water, food. By sealing a living being, the sealer killed the being by asphyxiation first and by other means if the seal allowed air to pass through. But this arrangement of seals, it was littered with arrays dealing with time. Time was a dangerous area to venture into when it came to seals. Even the Uzumaki clan only permitted their most experienced seal masters to experiment and tamper with time seals. Tobirama was only ever able to successfully create the Hiratian seal due to Mito's studies and lessons on time theory and time seals. To see such delicate and fine time seals at work here in Danzo's lair, this wasn't Danzo's writing. Tobirama straightened as he realized this. He knew Danzo's handwriting. It hadn't changed in years. He recognized it in the seal he pulled from Tenzo. The seals on this cloth weren't done by his hand. And with the Uzumaki clan exterminated, by Jiraiya's own admittance, seal masters weren't plentiful in this time. So who sealed this? It was so strange. Tobirama knew this wasn't Danzo's handwriting, but it was still familiar. Not Mito's work, not his own, not Danzo's. It was tight work, with the ever so slightest slant. As if someone, I hate having to write in a rush. I like taking my time so I can make sense of what's in my head. And sage help whoever tries to read what I write in a hurry. It's like it's another language, sensei. Tobirama's breath caught and he stared sightlessly at the seals. It couldn't be. What is that? He heard one of the dogs ask behind him. Hey, Senju. What is that? His eyes moved to where the chest of the coffin would be and located the locking array. A bloodline seal. A bloodline seal that was an exact copy of Mito's. He was dead. Tobirama lifted a pale hand, refusing to let it shake as he reached for the bloodline seal. He was dead. His fingertips touched the seal array and his chakra flashed a bright blue before it was taken and fed into the rest of the array. The seal glowed and pulsed for a long moment before fading, taking the ink with it. The white cloth was rapidly revealed, the ink evaporating like mist under the hot summer sun. Without the seals, the wrapped cloth began to loosen and fall, revealing that it wasn't a coffin underneath, but that the whole object was a cocoon of sealed cloth. Pale skin, dark clothes, and black curly hair flashed in the gaps as Tobirama stood frozen. He was supposed to be dead. An achingly familiar face came into view, the right side of which was caked in blood coming from the closed eye. Tobirama had mourned him. The left eye flashed open and emanated a malevolent red. Of all the red eyes Tobirama had seen in his life, this was the one he'd never flinched from looking into. White teeth flashed in a snarl, and it was only reflex that let Tobirama catch the hand that held the knife, aiming to slit his throat. Kagami. Kakashi spun and slammed the heel of his foot into the jaw of an oncoming root agent. He heard it dislocate, but didn't hear a cry of pain. The teen sked and followed the kick up with a punch that shattered the mask the other was wearing. He refused to acknowledge that his muscles are quivering as his opponent fell and two more took his place. Instead, He drew a paper smoke bomb from his pouch and triggered it in his hand. Gray, cloying smoke filled his immediate area, thick and dense, but scentless. Kakashi closed his eyes and breathed deep through his nose. The pair of root agents fell on top of their comrade in the next moment. It was only scent of the next newcomers that kept Kakashi from attacking them as well. "You shouldn't be here," he said lowly, trying to keep the growl from his voice but ultimately failing. The voice that came was tight, cracking with puberty, but trying to affect a lilting amusement. "Really? But this looks like where the fun is." Shirsue's smile was more a baring of teeth than an actual smile. The younger teen spun his tanto in a circle, his Sharingan spinning even faster. "Don't be boring and hog it all." Itachi appeared at his side, looking frazzled and wide-eyed. "We felt Naidame-sama's chakra. It was furious." Kakashi clicked his teeth, shaking out his trembling hands as he evaluated his surroundings. For now, there was a moment of reprieve in the attacking agents. He took the valuable time to dig a soldier pill from his supplies and slip it into his mouth, crunching the bitter pellet. The potent but short wave of new chakra and energy eased his flagging body. "Danzo's taken Naruto. We're assuming he's attempting to flee the village through the secret tunnels." Shirsue blanched. "Councilman Shimura? Is the village attacking? I hope not." Kakashi cracked his neck and rearmed himself. He was wasting time here. "Right now, the mission is to find and retrieve Naruto, but you two need to leave. Every agent here is Jonin level. You two are out of your league." Itachi narrowed his eyes. "You're out of your league. We'll stay with you as backup. Father was mobilizing the clan while we were heading here. Shirsue sent a crow to tell him where we were. We can expect backup soon." Shirsue shifted uneasily. "I'm not sure we want our clan involved in this. We have to trust in Tobirama-sama and father." Kakashi looked between the pair of uchiha suspiciously before shaking it off. He had a mission, a comrade to protect and a child to find. "Go home," he ordered again, stepping towards the rail to jump further into the depths of the root headquarters. "No more children are getting hurt tonight. We told you." It felt like a mountain suddenly dropped on them. They staggered not only under its weight, but against the very ground, jumping and shaking beneath their feet. The crashing thunder of rock crumbling and smashing deafened them for a moment. Kakashi wheezed as he yet again found himself under Tobirama Senju's chakra, but this time it was different. Before, it was calculating, icy with restrained fury. This time, it was burning hot and jagged with rage and grief. "No, no, no," he whispered, feeling all his dogs fade from his summons. "Not again." A roar ripped through the air of the village. "Not again." Kagami. Metal kissed Tobirama's throat, barely held back in his distraction and surprise. A curving black lotus Mangekyo Sharingan spun sporadically, stopping and going in fits as its user's eye narrowed and widened. An array of expressions creased that achingly familiar face. Fury, surprise, disbelief, rage, fear, and eventually shock. Tobirama swallowed roughly as he held the gaze of that lone eye. "You're alive." He felt the tendrils of a sharp and powerful genjutsu push and break into his own chakra, but go no deeper than the surface. It swirled and tested, flaring to break any genjutsu that may be on it. The kunai he was holding back shivered. "No way." Sage above, it was his voice. Tobirama knew this couldn't be a genjutsu, but he still popped and surged his own chakra, dispelling any that may be there. Everything remained the same. Kagami still stood in front of him. Older, stronger, hurt, but still present. "I thought you were dead," Tobirama whispered, absently twisting the kunai out of his student's hand to disarm him. It clattered to the stone floor loudly. The hoarse laugh that came from Kagami sounded drier than the land of wind. Shouldn't I be saying that?" he asked, clapping a hand onto Tobirama's shoulder, though it seemed more to support himself than anything else. Kagami swayed forward and Tobirama braced him, helping ease him to sit on the ground. The Mangekyo Sharingan faded back into a normal Sharingan, which flitted over Tobirama's face quickly. You haven't changed. Am I dead? No. The Senju took a knee and reached out to cup Kagami's chin, turning his face so he could evaluate the damage to his missing eye. It's a long story. A mishap with a Hiratian seal during my fight with the Gold and Silver brothers. I traveled forward in time. The eye removal was clean and professional. And it looked fresh. Tobirama frowned before carefully laying a hand over Kagami's eye, threading healing chakra into the socket. You sealed yourself before Danzo could kill you? His student's remaining eye widened in surprise. You know about that? Yeah. Bastard finally had enough of me, but I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. Kagami gave a wan smile, tilting his head. His sweaty and greasy curls swayed with the motion. Gotta admit, I wasn't expecting to ever be unsealed. Tobirama sent him a small glare. I, for one, am pleased you sealed yourself instead of killing yourself. That was to put it lightly. His heart felt like it couldn't beat any faster, his mind a harried mess of everything that's happened. He felt off balance. How long has it been? Kagami asked, reaching a hand up to touch the one healing him. It wasn't a touch asking him to stop, but one that wrapped tightly around his wrist and just held on. It's been nearly a decade to me since I lost you, sensei. He felt his heart squeeze and ache. He had missed Kagami so much. Approximately 30 years since your presumed death. That long. The man, he was much closer to Tobirama in age now, wasn't he? Took a deep breath, trembling. Please tell me Danzo is dead. Rage returned to Tobirama. He will be soon, he promised in a whisper. He's taken my nephew. I'm hunting him now. He's amassed an army in recent times. We're in their headquarters underneath Konoha. Kagami grunted that hereditary Uchiha grunt. Fucking bastard. I'll fight you for the pleasure of killing him. A surprised laugh left him. Brat, he muttered fondly, pulling his hand back. He helped Kagami to his feet again. As he helped dust Kagami off, he turned serious again. He's trying to disappear with my nephew. His life is on the line. I know I just found you. However, if you put my life above your sprouts, then you're not my sensei. Kagami rolled his shoulders and rocked his weight onto the balls of his feet, stretching. We'll catch up later. I'll help you get him back. Danzo is going to die in the process anyway. Hey! Senju. Uchiha. The pair turned to find the dogs congregated in the corner of the room, scratching and shoving at the stone wall. The passage is over here. I won't wait for you, Tobirama warned as he strode over to the corner. His student scoffed behind him. I won't wait for you. Get it right, sensei. I'm not your student to protect anymore. He couldn't help the sharp smile that stretched his lips. Such boasts. I won't believe it until I see it. Tobirama made a single-hand sign and spat a water bullet at the corner of the room, blasting the hidden stone door into rubble. It was a narrow hallway and one Tobirama sprinted ahead through. It was yet another sealed area of the headquarters, but finally he could sense a cluster of chakra presences heading away from the hub of the headquarters. A guard escort. And in the middle of them two figures, one large and one small, that gave off no chakra signature. Tobirama had found them. Red edged around his vision as he ran, chakra boiling and lashing around all but the smallest figure ahead. It gave away his presence, but it mattered not. They had no time to react. The air by his left side rushed and whistled. He'd felt Kagami accelerate behind him, but still the sheer speed he moved with surprised even him, and it surely surprised the trio of root agents in the underground multi-level prison complex. Kagami was barely a blur even to his eyes as he lashed out with a whooping war cry and dragged the masked shinobi to the ground. Tobirama hurtled over them, arrowing for the pair behind the rude agents. Danzo, he bellowed, slamming a kunai into the hand his former student had raised in defense. It surprised him when his weapon wasn't met with another and instead sunk straight into the meat of Danzo's right palm. He absently noted that no blood sprayed from the wound, but paid it no further mind than to maneuver the arm out of the way as he continued his lunge forward. Just behind Danzo he could see a head of blonde hair. His sprout was so close. If he could just get Danzo out of his way. Danzo narrowed his eyes, one black, one red. His lips parted as if to speak a jutsu, but Tobirama wasn't going to let him. He'd slash his throat to keep him from uttering another vile, poisonous word. He didn't expect Danzo's right hand to suddenly grow and explode. Tobirama shouted as something slammed into his side, twisting his arm painfully between his own body and this force. He bit his tongue as he was slammed into a wall, the shock of it finally jarring his mind and vision into working. Above him, tiers of walkways began to crumble and fall down. When he reached for any seals to teleport to, one pinged back as active. He vanished from one spot and appeared at Kagami's side. Under the Uchiha's feet were the bodies of his previous opponents. Kagami wiped at the blood on his cheek and sneered at Danzo. Well, isn't that a dirty secret? Robbing graves in your spare time, Danzo? For once in his life, Tobirama felt hot. Those were trees sprouting from Danzo's right arm, branches and leaves twining around the column Danzo had hit him with. His hands shook as the wood and leaves creaked and groaned, drawing back to the too pale limb the elder sported. I should have killed you, Tobirama found himself muttering, unable to look away from his Anija's Mokutan. I should have snapped your neck when I first saw you. And it stung to think that because Danzo had been a waif of a teen when he'd first approached Tobirama. His voice quiet and demure and shy, but strong and set. His eyes, both of them, had never wavered from Tobirama back then. And now, the Senju couldn't bring himself to look his former student in the face. Danzo's lip pursed into a pale line. A good thing you didn't. This village wouldn't be standing if it weren't for me. Tobirama couldn't feel his lips as he spoke. He was so numb with fury. Then I would have happily spit on its burnt carcass. You've gone too far. He sensed Kagami's smoky lightning chakra spin and shift, coiling like a snake preparing to strike. Death will be too good for you. At the same moment Kagami's chakra lashed out in an invisible genjutsu, Tobirama's feet moved. Ice Senbon cut through the air in front of Tobirama, honing in on Danzo's vital points. The old man's chakra popped and his stolen Sharingan spun to dispel the genjutsu Kagami had thrown at him. When red and black eyes swung to him, Tobirama vanished in hydration. The Senju bared his teeth in a snarl as he appeared on the stolen Mokutan arm where he'd tapped and left a seal earlier. It was obvious that the Mokutan wasn't completely obedient to Danzo. If anything, the branches that twitched and moved towards his ankles froze and stilled, halting the attack its current wielder had no doubt commanded of it. Tobirama's chakra pulsed and rushed through the limb from where his feet touched the pale white arm and resonated with the familiar and sickeningly twisted chakra there. He felt the shadow of natural life and the shockingly dark and twisted hate in it before it seemed to still and go quiet. The branches and wood were refusing to move as he struck down with his kunai on Danzo's head and forced the golden gauntlet braces on the right arm to open and break. Danzo used the remaining stubborn growths from his first surprise attack to block the barrage of ice and Senbon, but when he stiffened at the arm refusing to listen to him any further, Tobirama tasted victory. However, Danzo was a wily opponent and hardly ever without moves available. It was a well-timed shunshin that allowed Tobirama to dodge the winged bullet Danzo spat at him point blank. He moved to Danzo's left side, water slicked and hardened down his hands and kunai as he moved to strike the elder's unprotected side. Kagami moved in concert with him, lightning chakra chittering and sparking down his tanto and highlighting the vicious grin he had on his face. It tugged on Tobirama's memory and perception, feeling both Danzo's and Kagami's chakra surging near his once again. Once upon a time it had been almost comforting and familiar. After so many years of training them, evaluating them to see how he could help best teach them to be better, Tobirama was intimately familiar with the feel of both men's chakra. He could read the pair like a book. When he felt the slide in Danzo's chakra signaling a wind jutsu, he almost lashed out a leg to knock Kagami out of the way. But then that smoky, popping chakra molded over his own, purposely telling him to hold off. This was new. Kagami pulled his tanto back tight by his side and thrust his bare hand forward. A seal bloomed in the air around his palm. The incredibly precise and detailed seal shined white as the air vacuum jutsu collided into it. Tobirama was already in the air above Danzo at this moment, jaw clenched to contain the water bullet behind his lips for the extra microsecond to build pressure. Facing attacks from two directions, Danzo had no choice but to move. And he moved right into Aries' claws. Tobirama's little sister screamed in fury as she sank her teeth into Danzo's right shoulder and dug her back claws into his side. The surprise of the ambush made the elder stumble and Tobirama finally spat his water bullet. To his disappointment, Danzo dodged and tried to put Eri in the line of fire. However, he expected this and dismissed Eri, making her disappear in a cloud smoke. What Danzo couldn't dodge was Kagami finally completing his seal. Release! Kagami shouted as he re-aimed his glowing seal at Danzo. The very same air vacuum it had absorbed was launched back at its original user. It was only Danzo's stolen right arm and eye that allowed him to react fast enough and block without getting cut in half. The elder was slammed back, nearly into the same spot Tobirama had crashed into on the wall. He was in the perfect position to attack, off balance, and stunned. It was an opportunity Kagami didn't hesitate to take, but Tobirama's original goal had been met. Danzo had moved and thus cleared Tobirama's path to Naruto. Absently, he summoned Eri again on his way to the small boy. He gathered his sprout into his arms, squeezing the precious child close as he jumped back towards the hallway he'd come from. It put Kagami and Eri between them and Danzo, allowing Tobirama time to assess his nephew. Tobirama breathed just a tiny bit better as he got his first real look of his sprout since he felt the boy disappear from his senses. Finally he had his sprout safe with him again. "Naruto, are you okay?" he demanded, running his hands down the child's arms. "Did he hurt you?" He sucked in a sharp breath when the boy flinched away from him and yanked his hands back from where he'd just touched. "Let me heal. Stop it." "Who are you?" The man startled and moved his eyes from where he'd thought his sprout had been hurt to find blue eyes. Blue eyes that were staring at him in fear. Tobirama reared back, making his hands easily seen by the child. "Naruto?" His nephew met his eyes, meaning he was tracking and could see him. "Does your head hurt?" He tried lifting his hands again, to feel along the child's scalp, but the boy curled away and took a large step back. Tobirama quickly snagged the boy's shirt to keep him safe within his range. "Naruto?" The man was getting genuinely worried now. Why wasn't Naruto seeing him? Couldn't he recognize him? "It's me, Tobirama. Your uncle." Was it a genjutsu? Danzo did have Kagami's eye. "Kagami," he called. "I need your expertise." "Trade out with me then," his former student yelled back, sounding harried and harassed. Naruto slapped and dug his nails into the hand Tobirama had still clutching his shirt. "No, you're not. You're not my uncle." Tobirama caught Naruto's shoulder as he tried to lunge past him. "Naruto," he scolded on reflex, alarmed. Scared. "Danzo is my uncle." "What are you?" Tobirama froze as he recalled the fact that Kagami's eye was uncovered on Danzo's face. He'd reflexively kept his own gaze averted, but Tobirama stopped breathing as he turned his head, peering between the barricade of Kagami and Eri to look at his former student. Even in the dark dimness of the room, even with Danzo all the way across the room, that damned eye glowed. and on its iris was the rounded lotus of a Mangekyo Sharingan. As if they didn't know his Mangekyo was awakened after losing you. Kagami had received the Mangekyo Sharingan after believing Tobirama had died sacrificing himself against the Kinkaku squad. The same Mangekyo Sharingan that lent the users impossibly strong abilities. Tobirama turned his gaze back to his whimpering sprout, who shook and trembled and looked across the battlefield pleadingly to Danzo. He swallowed roughly. One of those abilities, he knew, was the strongest genjutsu known to man. Kodo Amatsukami, he rasped, his chest hurting with how tight it was. Kagami jolted from where he stood braced. That's my don't tell me Danzo. Danzo, what did you do? The elder scared. What was necessary for the village? The Jinchuriki's loyalty and priorities needed to be fixed. No. No, no, no Sage, please tell him he was wrong. Naruto. Look at me. Aji-chan, his sprout cried. But it wasn't Tobirama he was calling. Naruto was breathing hard as he fought the fingers that grabbed his chin and turned his face. Tears slipped down that heart-wrenchingly panicked face as he looked at him. No recognition. Only terror. Aji-chan, help me. Tobirama struggled to right himself mentally from the blow to his psyche. His little one, his precious sprout taken from him by Danzo. His breath caught rough and wet in his throat, a smothered rumbling growl. Danzo. Tobirama closed his eyes against the sight of Naruto looking at him like he was a monster. You'll pay F. Any words he'd been about to say choked him as he felt a piece of paper pressed to the back of his hand, followed immediately by what felt like a building crashing down on him. The Senju shouted hoarsely as he found himself crushed to the floor by an invisible weight, his chakra draining out of him at an alarming rate into the seal on the back of his hand. The seal Naruto had put on him. NNAR, he gasped, straining against the weight on him, reaching for the boy when he skittered out of reach. Bakken. Eri yelled upon hearing him and seeing him go down. At the sight of Naruto moving, she changed targets however. Kitten, wait. Dawn, she didn't see the kunai in Naruto's hand. Her gasp was ragged and stunned as she was stabbed before disappearing once more into smoke. Kagami swore as he took in what was happening, pivoting to intercept Naruto, but Danzo was watching everything too. Tobirama's cry of warning came too late. A Mokuton tree caught Kagami and pinned him to the ground none too kindly. It didn't even look like Kagami could breathe with how he kicked and strained, his face changing colors rapidly. Tobirama could do nothing but watch as Naruto finally reached Danzo. Panic shot through him, everything in him telling him his nephew was in danger cowering by the elder's side. But it felt as if any progress he made in trying to lift himself, trying to move, made the weight worse. Tobirama gritted his teeth and glanced at the paper seal on his hand. An overpowered reversed weight seal powered by a wide-open chakra-draining mechanism. The more he strained, the greater the weight the seal would press on him. Until his very body would be crushed under the tons of force. Danzo had Naruto hold onto a seal, knowing Tobirama would eventually get his hands on his nephew again. Convinced, brainwashed, as he was, Naruto attacked him. And Tobirama hadn't been looking because it was his sprout. Bastard! Tobirama broke out in a cold sweat as he was forced onto his chest again, the weight on his body making his very bones creak under the pressure. He had to get the seal off. He had to get to Naruto. SPRSP, he tried to call, unable to expand his chest to breathe. Cracks formed in the rock under him. His shaking vision narrowed in on Danzo's back. On the hand he had on Naruto. Leading him away. Tobirama wheezed, trying to move his hand to the seal on his opposite arm, but the deadly seal ripped and tore into his chakra with a voracious appetite, exponentially increasing the gravity weight by the second. Naruto was getting further away. Gone willingly into an enemy's arms. He couldn't die, he couldn't lose Naruto. As he activated his last resort, the one he hadn't even used against the Kinkaku squad, He ignored the voice in the back of his head telling him he'd already lost Naruto. Koto Amitsukami was a perfect genjutsu. Undetectable. Irreversible. Naruto would always look at him with terror now. Hiruzen had already cleared away his work by the time they kicked in the door to his house. Even as his Umbu leapt to his defense, he waited behind his desk, hands in sight on its surface. He'd already sent his daughter and grandson away into a panic room, telling them to hide until he came for them. The Hokage sighed as he listened to the fighting in his home. He had hoped and prayed that this wouldn't come to fighting, to bloodshed. Sensei had always been one to try every avenue of diplomacy, manipulation, and avoidance before fighting was considered. He'd hoped that with Tobirama also moving pieces on the board, conflict could be avoided. But it seems he was wrong. Hiruzen wasn't surprised when it was Choza Akimichi who stormed into his study. It had surprised him when he felt his sensei's chakra flare and lash out in the Akimichi compound earlier, but he assumed that it was some kind of village-wide signal because soon after he began getting reports of other clans moving and seizing portions of the village. The Uchiha were mobilized at this point, the Yamanaka and Akimichi taking the Hokage Tower and Jonin Station, and though he hadn't seen hide nor hair of a Nara yet, he'd been more than aware of the shadows in his office shifting and deepening. His sensei was apparently making it his personal mission to neutralize Danzo and Rude if the last location of his chakra flare was anything to go by. Choza looked thunderous as he came to a stop in front of his desk. At his back, other Akimichi followed. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you are hereby detained for your crimes against my clan. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, not having expected that. Charges for child neglect, abandonment, bloodline theft, gross misconduct, and negligence, perhaps. But not crimes against the Akimichi. You have me at a disadvantage, he admitted. I wasn't aware that I'd done you or yours any harm. Dark eyes narrowed dangerously and he felt the killing intent from the other Akimichi raise and sour. You deny sending Danzo Shimura to attack my clan? Hiruzen felt the blood drain from his face along with the exhaustion constantly weighing him down increased tenfold. I do. Do you deny sending your councilman to cut down my uncle and clan elder, harm my son, harm the Nara clan heir, and take the Senju clan heir? There was no air to breathe. The Hokage blinked dully, his hands tightening to the point of white knuckles. He's done what? He asked in a barely heard whisper. Choza sneered at him before smoothing his expression into neutrality. Surrender yourself peaceably into our custody. If you are truly innocent then you have nothing to fear, but until we have our justice, no one is safe. There was a ringing in his ears. Danzo took Naruto. The very air quivered and shook, silencing and stilling everyone in the room. It was a precursor to the deafening clap of air and crushing ocean cold as an entire section of the village erupted in an explosion higher than the Hokage mountain. A screaming roar shattered windows all over the village and every shinobi and civilian froze in complete and utter horror, turning their eyes to the horizon. But instead of a fox looming out of the cloud of debris, blue chakra blazed and writhed and snapped, flattening nearby buildings. The fury and bloodlust in that tsunami of chakra. The Hokage swallowed roughly and turned his eyes blindly in the direction of what he could barely recognize as his old sensei. It was so much worse than the fox. Naruto was scared. He clung tight to his uncle's sleeve, trapping any sounds behind his teeth as his uncle made a whole tree hit the one-eyed Uchiha man. My enemies have come for you, Danzo Jichan had told him as he pulled Naruto along. My men will hold them back, but we must go. He hadn't expected his uncle's enemy to be the Naidame of all people. Senju had been terrifying, the way he'd moved so fast and grabbed him like that. Naruto hadn't believed his uncle when he'd said that the little paper seal could save his life, but it had taken out the former Hokage so easily. Even now the giant white-haired man gasped and tried to get up, his scary red eyes never once leaving Naruto. A shiver racked Naruto's body and he turned to bury his face in his uncle's side. He was so scared. He felt sick. His head hurt. He wanted nothing more than to sit with his uncle in their garden again, play with his elephant summons, and draw elephants couldn't purr right? Naruto winced as his headache spiked. Come, boy, Danzo commanded, tightening the hand that held Naruto's. The old man turned and started walking again, never once looking at him. It made Naruto's chest hurt. That wasn't right either. He was Sprout, wasn't he? Like a little tree that would grow into a big tree. Like the big tree where his branch no, that was silly. Trees couldn't move. Naruto lifted a hand to his throbbing head. Tears beaded his eyes as the overwhelming feeling came back now that the terror of being kidnapped was fading. His stomach rolled violently, and where his hand was wrapped in an old withered palm, his skin crawled and itched. Every instinct and gut feeling in him was screaming that something was wrong and that he was in danger. But his uncle was here and keeping him safe. He was okay. No. The boy blinked at the very distant whisper. Even faded and washed out, he knew that voice. Bratling, you need to listen to me. Between one breath and the next, Naruto went from a super-secret ninja passageway to his flooded mind jail place. The jail bars could barely be seen with how close the fox was to them, his luminescent orange fur overwhelming the dark bars. A glowing red eye, you have red eyes like my uncle. Are you his family? Stared at him from within a band of dark fur. Once Naruto was within its sight, it narrowed dangerously. To think my host would fall prey to uchiha whims. Despicable, the bijou spat and Naruto scowled. I don't have to know what that means to know it's mean. What do you want, Kyubi? There's a lot of stuff going on right now, believe it. Lips pulled back in a snarl. You think I am not aware? Kurama regarded the minuscule form of his current warden. Uzumaki. Wretched human lineage that thought they had the right to enslave and imprison him and his siblings. In those displeased blue eyes, he could see his first and second wardens. When you exert your power, you draw hatred towards you. Please stay quiet inside of me. As if Kurama had deserved to be put away like a lowly rat. You may be here to keep the world in check, but I am here to watch you. Like Kurama was an undeserved burden, like it was his fault she had to watch him. And then, there had been him. You are no monster or demon. Truth be told, neither is your companion. That blasted Senju had no business in speaking about Kurama. Especially the Senju who was chosen kin of Kurama's first warden. Kurama had wanted to scoff upon hearing those words spoken, because what did the Pale One know of him? And yet that one had the gall to remind him of his father. Kurama had watched as the Senju had spoken to Naruto. He had looked through Naruto's eyes to see and feel the Pale One wipe the child's tears away, to meet his gaze and ensure his words were driven deep. Deep enough to reach Kurama. Those red eyes should have infuriated him, but instead he saw the quiet happiness and pain as his father named them all. That voice should have irritated his ears, but instead he heard the conviction and truth and love in those words. The Pale One should have reminded Kurama of his uncle given his physical appearance, but still his father came to mind. He'd scared and raised himself from his lounge, making the infantile human jump and tilt his head back to watch him. Kurama didn't care what others thought of him. Humans were all the same. Hatred and fear even when Kurama had done nothing to them. It's not right that you were locked up like this. It's not fair. So when I become a seal master, I'm gonna set you free, believe it. But children knew not of hate. It was the only time in their short lifespans that Kurama could bear to think of them. Humans were slow and stupid, so it took time for their wasteful parents to teach them to hate and to fear. This one, his current host who insisted on annoying him during his naps, the fucking pest, had not yet learned to hate. He knew of it, father give him patience, the child experienced plenty of hate and fear. By some celestial miracle, his host hadn't been infected by it yet. However, someone was trying to instill him with fear. Fear towards what may possibly be the one human who would teach his host not to hate but to love. Kurama wished he could kill the pale one for making him dwell on the memory of his father so much lately. It was keeping him from his naps and making him soft. He didn't care. No. But if he hated one thing more than being jailed by an Uzumaki, it was being controlled by an uchiha. Or at least, controlled by an uchiha eye. Kurama scoffed and tapped a claw to the water-covered stone of his prison. Listen here, bratling, because I'm not going to repeat myself. You never do anyway. Shut up. We're in danger. The one you call uncle isn't your uncle. He's cast a genjutsu on you, making you think he's your family. The little thing didn't have an ounce of respect or fear in him because he spluttered and didn't believe him. What? No, no. You're wrong, you stupid fox. Danzo's my uncle, believe it. Kurama was supremely unimpressed. You know I'm right. You were practically born with me, you have the instincts to know when something isn't right. He lifted a paw and pointed a claw that was bigger than the child at the other's stomach. You burn and itch to get away, to be sick and purge yourself of this poison he put in you. He could practically smell the panic and discord growing in the boy. He could certainly hear his labored breathing and accelerated heart. We're being hunted. Of course I don't feel good. Tiny clawless hands rose up and dug into golden fur. Danzo's my uncle. He is. He found me and took me in and even as his host spoke, Kurama poked and prodded altered and changed memories to the surface of the other's mind. He was a bit heavy-handed with the amount he forced to come forward. The child cried out in pain as his mind was overloaded with memories he thought were true but his subconscious rioted against. Kurama felt an echo of the child's strain, but he refused to feel guilty. The more stress he put the boy under, the sooner something would break. He just hoped it was the genjutsu and not his host. Give me your hand, Kurama instructed, maneuvering and sliding his paw through the bars of his cell. He curled his claws to press into his palm. Wet blue eyes stared up at him, conflicted and confused. Kurama sighed, tired. I know you don't trust me, but you are my host. If anything bad were to happen to you, I'll be in danger, so you can trust me to at least make sure you're safe. The child hesitated for a second longer, peering between him and his fist, before shakily lowering his hands. Why you think I don't trust you? Kurama froze as the brat sniffled and scrubbed at his face. The boy stepped forward and gave a wan, strained smile as he held up his fist. You're my friend, believe it. This kid. Kurama was careful to regulate himself as he felt the tiny, barely there fist bump his. It wouldn't do to poison his host's chakra or burn out his growing chakra coils. But he hadn't been sleeping away all this time. He could repel and undo the Uchiha Genjutsu easily enough. Whatever, Uzumaki, he grumbled as he resonated himself with his host's chakra, guiding it to untether the mostly hidden illusion. Let me nap, damn it. Naruto whimpered as agony split through his head. It felt like his head was going to explode, believe it. He didn't mean to, but he fell to his knees and clutched at his head, breathing hard. It hurt so much. He felt dizzy with how everything was shuffling and changing in his head. His uncle no. Danzo. Danzo had taken him, attacked his friends. Attacked Tobiaji-chan. Wait, no. No. Naruto had attacked his uncle. He'd put the seal on his uncle and then stabbed Eri-chan. Bile crawled up his throat and his back spasmed as he was sick. He'd hurt his uncle. He'd thought Naruto tried to be sick again, but a harsh hand clamped onto the back of his neck. We don't have time for this, boy. Danzo hissed, pulling him to his feet roughly, forcing him to walk again. He felt simultaneously hot and cold. He was scared down to his core, absolutely terrified because this old man wasn't his uncle, was trying to take him away from his actual uncle. But he was scared enough to be angry. Scared enough to do something. Don't touch me. Naruto screamed. With the kunai he still held, the same one he'd stabbed Eri-chan with, oh god, he stabbed the stupid old man in the stomach. You're not my uncle, he snarled, glaring at Danzo as he stumbled. When the old man started turning to look at him, he felt Kurama move violently within him. Don't look him in the eye. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut on instinct and tried to pull back from the hand still holding his neck. If anything, it tightened. You misbehaving miscreant, Danzo whispered, and Naruto fought as his other hand grabbed his face. I don't know how you did it, but you will look at me. No. Fear began to overwhelm his anger as wrinkled fingers moved over his eyes and dug in harshly. The blood on the kunai made his grip slip and he lost hold of his weapon. No. Naruto cried as his back met the ground. Tobirama. Tobirama. The next moment, Naruto could not recall happening. One moment Danzo was over him in this dark, scary underground place, and the next it was loud and bright. Naruto gasped from where he lay. No longer was there a stone ceiling over him, but the night sky up above. Bright blue light made it seem like day, and finally he felt his uncle's chakra lay thick and heavy over him. A snowy blanket that would keep him safe. A smile ticked up Naruto's lips as the blanket clung to him tight. His uncle was okay, his uncle was here. He rolled from his back to his side, looking to find his uncle. His smile dropped when he did see him. They were still in the underground cave, though its roof was gone now, probably from the bright blue chakra radiating off of Tobirama. His uncle stood where Naruto had hurt him by putting that seal on him. The seal was gone now, yes, his uncle was standing upright, yeah. But something was wrong. Something was really wrong. Kurama shifted uneasily inside of him. I'd heard he'd been done in by the two leeches I had for a while, but I don't know how they managed that if he was like this, the Bijou muttered. Kid, back up from the eye stealer. In fact, just run away. It's not a good idea for a weakling like you to be near this. You'll probably die. Naruto could barely hear his companion. He couldn't look away from where Tobirama stood. His limbs and stance were loose, relaxed. He looked like a puppet dangling on its strings. JG-chan. Hey. Are you listening to me? The fountain of bright blue chakra shrunk down from where it had been blazing up into the sky. It came down to burn like blue fire around his uncle. Two spouts of chakra flared at the top of his white hair. Slowly, almost lazily, Tobirama straightened, rolling his neck and shoulders until he lifted his head. From this distance, Naruto couldn't see his uncle's expression, but he felt the chakra around him tighten. His breath caught when Tobirama was suddenly right in front of his face. His uncle was different. Those red eyes that always watched him and were the most expressive part of his uncle reflected his own eyes. Tobirama's pupils were long and narrow, like a cat's. The three red lines Naruto had traced on more than one occasion had grown and multiplied, making him look like the tigers in the big forest. Naruto held still as one hand rose up and reached for his face. At the tip of his uncle's fingertips more chakra glowed, sharp and deadly. He didn't know what to think. Something was wrong, was his uncle. Then came the chuff and Naruto blinked in surprise. That red cat eyes crinkled faintly as he looked back at Tobirama's face and then he purred. Naruto sagged as the chakra-clawed hand smoothed over his cheek and into his hair. Ji-chan, the boy murmured, and a warm lingering kiss was pressed to his forehead. He closed his eyes and leaned into his uncle. He was safe. He was safe now. A flash of light drew his attention and he opened his eyes again as Tobirama leaned back. Over his uncle's shoulder he could see a wispy length of bright blue chakra lash like a whip, blocking Danzo from attacking his uncle's back. Naruto scowled at the old man. That wasn't very cool, believe it. The thing of blue chakra flexed and threw Danzo back, giving them space once more. Naruto knew his uncle had to fight now, but he still wasn't happy to let him go. Tobirama carefully worked the hands Naruto had clutching at his vest loose. With one last touch he vanishing in a flash. Threat, threat, danger, kill it. His ears hurt from all the sound echoing loudly in this stone den, his nose stung from all the foreign scents. The dark of the den offered some relief, allowing him to focus and see as well as his eyes could. There were two other beings in this den, not his den, along with him and his kitten. His kitten was behind him, quiet and alert. Part of him itched to chin his kitten and hold him tight, to rub away the strange scents that covered his natural scent of wind forest fox, but the rest of him bristled at the presence of two others he didn't know. He bared his teeth and hissed low and long, warning them away, warning what would happen if they came close. One was hiding under a tree, the other facing him. This was the one whose scent covered his kitten. This was the one who stole his kitten. He gnashed his teeth and sank down onto his haunches. He curled his claws, his gaze narrowing in on the stranger facing him and his kitten. When the stranger did move, he moved faster. Attack kill destroy kitten danger protect to protect fear rag disgust scared the tree the other stranger was hiding under exploded when he kicked his enemy into it. He winced at the cacophony of sound hurting his ears, but the paleness of the limb in his claws drew his attention. Lifting the limb, he sniffed at it. He growled softly under his breath. Plantra tree brother unnatural 6666. His skin hurt from even holding this thing, it was so wrong. And then it started to move and threat threat. The tree that exploded from the unnatural WRON brother thing made him take further steps back from it after he'd thrown it away. His kitten grabbed at his leg, shaking. He watched the tree brother thing, eyes darting from leaf to moving leaf. It didn't feel right. Threat? Cover? Flee, fight, run, break? Kitten whined, instantly drawing his attention. He purred, but the sound was strained even to his ears. He shuffled back further, hurting his kitten further from the Notrite brother tree. Shuffling feet and voices suddenly caught the edge of his hearing and he whipped his face upwards, glaring at the den entrance up above. He couldn't see but he could hear. More strangers, more enemies, not good none of threats coming. He bared his teeth and grumbled a low growl, unsettled and unhappy. He should flee, run, hide kitten. He was just crouching to pick his kitten up when movement came from the corner of his vision. Too close, enemy attacking. Enemy, hurry me down, he screamed, roared as he slammed his enemy attacker down to the ground, claws deep in his shoulders and all his own strength pressing the other down, pinning him. His mouth salivated as he pressed a knee to the vulnerable, unprotected belly of his opponent. Blood. Blood and pain and weakness. One eye gone, one limb gone. His enemy was weak. Savage joy and satisfaction filled him up as he released one clawed hand and set into ripping, tearing killangdeite. His blood sang and raced inside of him as he panted for breath. Soft growls slipped with every breath and he raked his gaze of the enemy under him, searching for signs of life. Blood, pain, breath. He tilted his head, listening hard. No movement. Dead? He leaned down and breathed deep, holding the scent, before sneezing. Blood. No more. A chuff called out for him. He stiffened and turned his head, snarling and baring his teeth. The other one, the one who hid under the tree. Threaten me, kill? His limbs shook as he rose himself from his kill, readying himself to fight again. But the other one chuffed again, the sound not quite right but still calling for his attention. He cocked his head as the other lowered himself, kept his eyes averted. The other completely turned his head, refusing to look at him. Submission, fear, respect. He blinked and slowly relaxed. Not threat yet. But more coming. He stepped quickly to return to kitten, eyeing the den entrance above and listening to the other idiot. Other idiot moved towards his kill, and while he wanted to scare the other away, his skill is meal for risk tenbako ff, he felt more fear from the number of encroaching predators. His purr was stronger this time as he returned to his kitten once more. kitten shook, reeking of fear and relief. Wide large blue eyes stared up at him as he crooned lowly, trying to ease his kitten. Still, his kitten readily went into his grasp and he shuddered, desperately chinning his kitten. He'd been so scared. Not se fiat fle hideescagago. He was rising to his feet when an alarmed shout came from other not threat now. The ground under him dipped and rolled. Pain loud hot ripped through his senses, something exploding behind him. He curled around kitten, trying to shield, but the sound of cracking rocks stole his breath. Den falling, den breaking ruin. Terror gripped him tighter than his own grip on his kitten as the den caved in on them, burying them in choking darkness. It was hard to breathe. Naruto coughed, waking up in jerks and spurts. The air stung his lungs, sticking to his throat, and when he tried to clutch at his chest, he found he couldn't move. Panic forced him to wake up the rest of the way. Recent memories of the night, having dinner with Torifujiji, Chuji, and Shikamaru, being taken by a creepy old man with one eye, being brainwashed and attacking his real uncle, something being wrong with Tobiji-chan, and so much blood, the explosion, the cave-in. Naruto squirmed and strained to free his arms, legs, anything. But it felt like he was being pressed in on all sides. It was super dark too. He couldn't see, he couldn't move. He was buried. They hadn't made it out in time and now he was buried alive. Oh no. Something in front of him shifted and coughed. Naruto froze before carefully feeling at what was keeping his arms and hands tucked tight to his chest. It felt soft, not jagged, giving. The very last thing he remembered was his uncle squeezing him so tight while Naruto screamed and clung to him. Naruto swallowed, wincing at how dry his mouth felt. JG-chan? There was no response. The boy sucked in a big breath, wincing as rock pressed tighter to his back as a result. Ji-chan. He'd never been in such a small space before. His voice felt so loud and yet also like it didn't go anywhere. Naruto shifted again, wiggling his legs. He whimpered when he felt the rocks pinning his ankles and the sharp pain that shot up his left leg. Ji-chan, wake up. He tried to grab a hold of the cloth in front of him, but it wasn't the loose material his uncle usually wore. It was stiff and taut and hard, refusing to let Naruto grab anything on it. His heart jerked and he threw his whole strength into wiggling his arm up. He needed. His fingers brushed soft fur and he grabbed a fistful of it. Ji-chan, please. The chest he was pressed so closely to jerked and another cough came. Naruto sniffled and breathed hard, trying not to cry. He tugged on the fur he held so tight. Ji-chan. He couldn't see anything, but he felt it when his uncle's chin dipped just enough to brush the hand holding his fur. SPR route. Naruto's breath caught and he froze. He'd never heard his uncle sound like that. So quiet. So weak. His uncle's next cough was wet, like he was trying to clear his throat. The man groaned quietly and the tears finally spilled down the child's face. He smelled blood. You're okay. Right, Ji-chan? You're okay. The hand on the back of his neck flexed and Naruto sobbed outright when he heard the bones there grind and snap before the hand carefully stilled again. You're okay, right? His uncle had to be okay. He couldn't really be hurt. It was so hard to breathe, there wasn't enough air, he couldn't breathe. Sprout. Naruto almost thought he was dreaming when he felt the achingly familiar chilled and heavy chakra wrap around him. It pressed on him in a way that made the rocks and stone burying them fade from mind, but it still wasn't right. His uncle's chakra usually felt like the biggest, thickest, bestest blanket in the whole village. When Tobirama laid his chakra on him, Naruto felt safe, like nothing could touch him, like a big hug. This? It was barely even a sheet. The boy ground his teeth together as he closed his useless eyes, pressing his face into his uncle's vest, muffling his cries. Tobirama shushed him with hitching and catching breaths. After he was finally able to push the sobs down, Naruto pleaded. Please tell me you're going to be okay. The chin grazing his hand turned and he felt sticky wet lips touch his skin there. Your G going to be okay, Sprout. Naruto caught onto the phrasing immediately and he yanked on the fur. Not me. You. His head spun as his uncle shivered. He felt every small and painful movement, pressed so close to the man as he was. Too wish I could lie to you. No, 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 please no, not his uncle. Not Tobirama. Not again. Shoo, shoo, Tobirama whispered. It's okay. It's okay. Save your breath. Please, Sprout. Naruto wailed brokenly. Not his uncle, he prayed. Not the man who'd taken in him and shown him love for the first time in his life. Please, he begged to anyone listening. Please don't take him from me. Mito-bie-chan, Itamaji-chan, Kawaji-chan, Kami-sama, anyone. Am I idiot Anija? He didn't think I'd know where he was going. I knew he was seeing an uchiha. He's my family. He's my only family. He's the one who finally saw me and I can't lose him. It hurt so much before him and I can't go back. Madara and we used to just bicker at each other. Sometimes over silly things. Like tea. He thought I was crazy for liking this one. T can't have even remember what it was. I know he was your family first. And you probably miss him a lot. But please let me have him for just a little while longer. They WLDVL loved you. So much, Sprout. Naruto tried not to hear what his uncle was whispering. Wheezing. Gasping. He knew the man was trying to comfort him, to calm him down. But it was too much like a goodbye. Why your Gina be good, SPR I love you. More than why no. Don't take him from me. I love him so much. I don't want him to die. Naruto would never remember the yellow skeletal hand that dug through the stone and cradled them out from their living grave. He would never remember yelling and sobbing, clinging so tightly to his uncle that when someone finally wrenched him free, he ripped his uncle's beloved fur mantle and took it with him. He would remember finally seeing his uncle. He would remember seeing him laying too still, too quiet, too small on the broken ground. White and blue replaced by red and brown. He'd remember seeing red eyes closed and a chest frozen as he clutched dirty white fur in his hands and screaming himself hoarse as he was torn away from the man he loved. He's not breathing. He would hear over and over and over and over and please. I don't want to be alone. Tobirama had never felt this comfortable. The aches in his joints, the stiffness in his back, the perpetual exhaustion in his bones gone. He felt so light, cradled in soft lush grass. He could almost smell the rich earth underneath him. Even with his eyes closed, he sensed this was his opportunity to finally rest, to finally put down his burdens and stop his trials. To truly rest. Small hands touched his cheeks, little fingertips tracing where his sage seal should be. In the corner of his mind, Tobirama knew he should be unsettled and alert, moving away from the hands and to defend himself. But he could only sigh in contentment, soaking up the kindness and gentleness in those hands. Those very same hands fully pressed to his cheeks. Small drops of water landed on his face. Was it raining? It's not your time yet, a young voice whispered. If Tobirama were breathing, he would have choked. What are you doing here, Nai-chan? A feminine voice softly chuckled off to the side. Being a fool, a woman teased in an even tone. Another young voice giggled a moment before a second pair of small hands took up his own. Yeah. Toby and I is always so reckless. Getting hurt and forgetting to eat and forgetting to sleep. Not that Hashi and I was any help. That last bit was purely directed elsewhere and sage preserve him he hasn't heard that fully belly laugh in so long. Tobirama is a force of nature. I hardly think I should be held accountable for that, the man drawled happily. If anything, he was always my keeper. Isn't that right, Otudo? A large hand, as warm as the sun, smoothed his bangs back from his forehead. Oh, don't cry. It's okay, Tobirama. No. No, it wasn't. Tobirama had missed them so much. He'd missed them all so much that even as tired and weary as he was, even though he couldn't move or open his eyes, he cried for them. He so desperately wanted to be with them again. The first young one wiped the tears from his face, sounding sniffly as he spoke. It really is, Nii-chan. We're happy here. The second little one squeezed his hand. We can wait. Promise. Tobirama tried to open his eyes. He put all his focus into lifting his eyelids just a little bit. But the man's hand moved from his forehead to cover his eyes. Don't be so eager to join us, Tobirama, he chided gently. Once you lay eyes upon this realm, there's no going back. It wasn't fair. And you do need to go back, the woman spoke. While we can wait, your sprout cannot. How he wished he could sob and plead and beg. Forgive me. Please, please, please forgive me. A slimmer hand, chilled and calloused from all the brushwork it used to do, slid into his free hand, lifting it from where it rested. It's as I told you, little brother. We are with you always, and one day we will meet again. A soft kiss was pressed to the back of his hand. Yeah, Toby and I. And then we can play again. But not a day too soon, Nii-chan. We love you. We're so proud of you. Until then, Tobirama. I love and miss you all so much. He hurt. Tobirama bit the inside of his cheek against groaning as he roused himself from unconsciousness. His head felt muzzy and tight. Experience told him it was either a concussion or migraine or pain medication. Knowing himself, it was probably all three. His chest ached sharply with every breath he took, and it felt like kunai stabbed into his head when he slit his eyes open. Spots of black and white danced around his swirling vision, making it impossible to focus. He swallowed and felt his throat click. How long had he been unconscious? A hand gently touched the back of his, and for an impossible moment he thought, but that wasn't possible. He couldn't have actually. His sight was further obscured from the tears that welled up, and he blinked quickly to clear them, straining to see who was with him. It was the work of a few moments, but he managed to see he was in a hospital room laid out in a bed. It was dim in the room, and the person with him, the shock of white hair, told him that it was the cub at his side. He squinted and saw that Kakashi's mouth was moving behind his mask. His ears felt stuffed. He couldn't really hear anything over his own heartbeat. He probably would have tried signing or signaling that he couldn't hear at the moment, but the splash of gold at Kakashi's shoulder distracted him. Tobirama's heart lurched at the sight of his sprout asleep on the teen's shoulder. The monitor at his bedside began to beat faster, matching his accelerating heart rate when he made out the dried and irritated tear tracks on the child's face. It hurt, and his shoulder made its protest clear with a bolt of agony. However, nothing was going to stop him from reaching for his beloved nephew. Except Naruto didn't know him. Memories conflicted in his head, and he halted his hand. Danzo had used Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan on Naruto, made him think Tobirama was an enemy. Of everything mixed up and cloudy in his head, he could clearly remember Naruto staring up at him terrified. His hand shook as he slowly took it back. Tobirama couldn't take his eyes off the sleeping boy and the gentle rise and fall of his back. His precious little sprout, his beloved nephew, didn't know him anymore. Tobirama squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the pain, both mental and physical. His chest hurt from his erratic breathing, and his head felt like a spinning top. Sage, he hurt so much. Ji-chan. His heartbeat was loud enough to drown out everything at this point. Except that small voice. Opening his eyes once more, he found bleary blue eyes blinking back at him. They quickly cleared and widened. Ji-chan, you're awake. Naruto recognized him. Tobirama didn't know how, he couldn't remember, but for once in his life he didn't care about the how of things. His focus was instead on his squirming and crying Sprout, reaching for him but held back by Kakashi. Give, Tobirama coughed, give to me. The pain of a healing body didn't matter to him as he shifted and lifted his arms, wanting his Sprout in his arms again. Gimme my Sprout, he rasped, scared. His energy was already fading and he needed his Sprout. And suddenly the child was in his arms. Something so tight and tense in his chest began to loosen as Naruto oh so carefully laid by his side and shuffled as close as he could without actually touching Tobirama. The man curled a quivering arm around the boy's back and ruined that effort by tugging Naruto firmly to him. He hadn't even noticed the fur in the boy's grasp until his Sprout pushed and nudged the fur to be under both their heads. Tobirama ached and hurt in ways he hadn't in a long time. Still, none of that mattered compared to the tiny heart he could feel fluttering in the chest pressed to his side or the shoulders rising and falling under his arm. It was the little puffs of breaths on his neck and the tickle of fur against his cheeks that finally allowed him to rest. For once in his life, Tobirama didn't want to move or to work or do research. His eyes fluttered shut against the side of the hospital room. He'd usually be gone and vanished from his room at this point, burying himself back in his study and lab, but with his Sprout in his arms, he found the need to do anything was greatly diminished. Tobirama pressed his nose deeper into freshly washed golden locks and breathed deep. Naruto snuffled in his sleep, grumbling and lifting a hand to push at his face. The man smiled, content with his lot in life right now. So, he's your kid, HM? Tobirama wasn't really inclined to opening his eyes and having a conversation at this point, but he hadn't quite gotten his fill of Kagami yet. The man was lounging in the visitor's chair, slid halfway down and out of the seat with his feet lifted up and resting on Tobirama's hospital bed. Kagami rubbed at his right eye and nodded at Naruto. Can't say I've seen you look like that with anyone but your family and me and the others before we became assholes. Watch your language, the Senju muttered reflexively. And don't rub your eye. The eye Kagami had taken back from Danzo before the elder blew up everything. Kakashi had debriefed him during whatever night he'd truly started to wake up. Time was slipping from his grasp, but his memories were slowly returning. He could feel his burnt chakra coils, void of his reserves of normal chakra. The man could also feel that the seals on his face were empty and bare, the nature chakra they normally held expended and gone in his previous fit of madness and desperation. He'd come to learn that in his insanity, he'd nearly killed Danzo. Given that he'd nearly killed Hashirama during his first and only time fully using his Sage mode, he didn't know how Danzo escaped death at his hands. Sage, Tobirama was surprised and relieved that he hadn't actually turned on Naruto and Kagami, who he remembered had been in his immediate vicinity, let alone turn around and destroy the village while his senses were still gone from him. As it was, it had been Danzo who triggered the greatest damage. Not only did he trigger a self-destruction bomb seal after Kagami had retrieved his eye, but his seal was tied to the greater suppression seals that had masked the complex from Tobirama's senses. Tobirama could imagine the entire root headquarters collapsed and buried all too well, and it was daunting. It had only been Kakashi's promise that he, Tenzo, their allies, and the initiates had survived the collapse that had allowed him to sleep once more. The retrieval of Naruto had been a success and the extermination of Danzo complete. He was slightly saddened that his former student's life had ended in such a way, but Tobirama felt that Danzo's death either matched or was too easy for his crimes and atrocities. Kagami rolled both eyes slowly and deliberately. Tobirama had to resist huffing a laugh at his cheek. Medics gave me the all clear. One stolen eye returned and reunited with yours truly. It doesn't hurt at all. It's just, he waved a hand back and forth in front of the eye in question. Danzo must have used it at least a little because the vision in it's gone down. I'm still adjusting to that. Tobirama hummed in understanding, thinking back to his notes and work he'd done on reversing or healing the degeneration on a Sharingan wielder's eyes. Back when he'd first started this line of research, he'd wanted to help keep his newly dubbed student Kagami from eventually going blind. Maybe he should look into it again, pick up where he left off. You didn't answer my question. Kagami pointed at the child once more. He's your kid. My nephew, he corrected, but when Kagami raised an unimpressed eyebrow he elaborated, his branch grows on mine. He is my sprout. Ah. That'd be what it is. Kagami glanced away, towards the window. It's so crazy to think. The Senju are gone. The Uzumaki. Fuck, sorry, frick, if what I've been hearing is true then the Uchiha were on their way out too. Tobirama didn't reply and just waited. Has it's really been 30 some odd years? I have a grandson, sensei. I'm aware. We've met. He carries your blood and line well. I approve of him. Dark eyes darted back to him and pale lips twisted. Thanks, he replied lowly, but what I mean is that I was barely even a father when I was last free. Ruriko was still my little baby girl before Danzo came after me and now my grandson is a tried and tested orphan shinobi. Still, he waited. It was a long while before Kagami wet his lips. How do you do it? How do you just let everything go and start again? I haven't. Grief poked gently at his heart. I pray and mourn for my family still. I couldn't reconcile what most of my students had done and become. I'm still hanging on to my past, Kagami. I've lost them. But I'm not letting that keep me from living my present and preparing for my future. Their future. He rubbed his hand up and down Naruto's arm, so pleased that the limb wasn't just skin and bones now. There was actual flesh, muscle, and fat to his nephew. Grieve how you must, but you know as well as anyone that we can't stop. It was in the very definition of shinobi life that death was a constant companion. They were trained and prepared to deal out death and to accept it. It was harder to accept a loved one's death, but in the end, dead was dead and one day they would all be reunited. Kagami bowed his head. Tobirama pretended not to hear the catch in his breathing. I ripped up the tombstone my daughter, son-in-law, and grandson had honored and kept clean for years. Is this how you grieve? Tobirama already knew the answer. He'd helped Kagami through the loss of Madara and his mother. Neither of them were strangers to death. It's how I rage, Kagami whispered. The silence dragged on once more. Tobirama didn't know he was starting to drift and fall asleep until he heard the door slide open. He sucked in a quick breath and jerked his head up from where it had tipped to rest on Naruto's. His sprout startled as well, grumbling and stretching. Tobirama muttered an apology before focusing on his visitor. Tsuna-chan, he greeted before clearing his throat. I've heard Torifu is in recovery thanks to you. His niece scared and curled her lip, closing the door behind her loudly. Did you know, she started very deliberately, strongly, that a shinobi's body is so used to chakra that when there isn't enough chakra present it begins to shut down? That the shinobi's body is so used to having that catalytic energy thrumming through it that it uses chakra in minute amounts to perform bodily functions such as making the heart beat, mending wounds, and maintaining homeostasis? Tobirama felt like there was a threat in her words. He wasn't sure if he was too tired or too apathetic to really feel wary of it. Yes, that's called chakra exhaustion. Kagami was shrinking down further in his chair, watching Tsunade with wide eyes as she strode over to his bedside. Naruto shuffled their blanket higher, tucking it over his head and shivering. It was the work of a moment's concentration, but Tobirama managed to start raising his body's temperature to help warm the boy. The smile on Tsuna-chan's face was everything but kind and warm. Then you must be aware that by constantly keeping nature chakra sealed in your body that your body has acclimated to not only your usual chakra but also your nature chakra. Tobirama began to feel mildly threatened when her smile widened even further. You exhausted yourself of both, dear. Honorable. Uncle. Ah. So that was why she was furious. Tsunade opened her mouth, but paused as she glanced at the lump pressed to his side. Her teeth clicked together and Tobirama could visibly see her counting back from 30 while breathing deep and slow. I haven't operated or practiced in years, Tobi-ji-chan, she admitted at length, opening her eyes once more. I mean that literally. Once I left Konoha decades ago, I stopped. And suddenly you put Torifuji's life in my hands, your life in my hands. She pursed her lips and signed swiftly. The medical terms came easily to her, but it took Tobirama a few seconds to recall them. Flail chest, broken bones, no breath, no heartbeat, dead. That felt about right. You're very lucky to be alive right now. Tsunade sighed and pulled the clipboard from under her arm. As it is, there is an issue with your health. Naruto froze and Tobirama squeezed him tighter. Your chakra will regenerate on its own given that you rest and eat. However, like I said, your body is expecting chakra and nature chakra. She flipped a page and read it quickly before nodding firmly. Short term, there's going to be no issues beyond fatigue, lethargy, headaches, muscle pain, and either excessive appetite or loss of appetite. Long term there will be worse issues, but I have no doubt you'll gather nature chakra before that. Still. She straightened and put her hands on her hips. Tobirama was struck with the image of his ninja taking a similar stance, though he normally had a wide grin on his face instead of a scowl. You're ordered to bed rest for the next week. At least. We can't fully heal your injuries until you've regained enough of your own chakra, or we'd risk poisoning your chakra. So, eat 3 square meals a day, drink a gallon of water, and don't do anything. Tobirama tried to keep his face even in neutral, but something must have shown through because his niece glared death at him. I swear to Kami-sama, if I hear you doing anything other than lounging in bed, I'm going to set your lab on fire. And you. Kagami was almost a window, nearly having managed to escape by crawling slowly and silently while Tsunade picked Tobirama apart. His former student and supposed hero of the first great shinobi war squawked and did the uchiha flail before falling on his face. Tobirama snorted and buried his face in Naruto's hair, trying to muffle his laughter. He'd forgotten what a dramatic uchiha acted like. Tsuna-chan, hey! Wow, you've really grown up. You don't look a day over 20. The uchiha jumped to his feet and flashed that bright charismatic smile. In the past, Tobirama had seen his student use that very same smile to swindle nobles out of their money and soothe frightened children. Here, he assumed Kagami was smiling to beg for mercy on his life. Tsunade, the strong and sharp kunoichi Tobirama was proud to call his niece, didn't react or take note of the flattery whatsoever. Listen here, you damp campfire. You're in charge of him, got it? Kagami nodded quickly. If I find out he disobeyed my orders, it's your ass on the line. Naruto giggled and Tobirama clicked his tongue. Language. He had to keep from complaining about his grandniece making the executive decision that Tobirama essentially needed a babysitter. The dark look he got from his first comment warned of a blistering scolding to come if he spoke any further. Tsunade huffed, satisfied at how cowed Kagami looked. Good. Uncle, after 3 days, see about gathering some nature chakra. Don't push yourself, but we're going to try to see if we can't return your body's equilibrium as soon as possible. Any questions? Kagami shook his head while Tobirama dropped his head back onto his pillow, weary. Good. I'll check up on you tomorrow. Naruto peeked his head above the blanket after the door opened and closed once more. She seemed scary. Kagami sagged where he stood, groaning lowly. She used to be so cute. Brightest little girl that would ask all sorts of questions and want stories about missions. Now my hands are shaking. He waited until he sensed Tsunade turn down another hallway before sitting up. It was slow going and he needed to use his arms to leverage himself upright, but he managed. Naruto squeaked and curled up tighter to preserve warmth. Ji-chan. Tobirama controlled his breathing as he swung one leg over the side of the bed and eased his wrapped leg to join it. It's all right, he assured his nephew, cradling his broken left hand to his chest. Kagami groaned and flapped his hands. Wait, 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 no, 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 he whined. Sensei. She literally just threatened to pretty much kill us if you didn't take it easy. He smirked. She never said which bed I should lounge in. I think I'd rest much better at home. What do you say, Sprout? Want to go home? Tobirama expected Naruto to be excited at the suggestion, to groan and moan about how boring the hospital was, or to express relief. He was taken aback when the boy looked him up and down with a critical eye, no doubt trying to gauge how hurt he was. The Senju would admit that he didn't look his best at the moment, with bandages wrapped around his head and throat, tightly binding his chest and right leg, his wrist and left hand completely encased in bulky plaster, and the lumps of gauze and bandages on his stomach and lower back. Not to mention the trademark red seals on his face were gone, leaving him looking paler and wronger than usual. With no nature chakra for his seals to store, his seals would remain invisible to the naked eye. I don't think you should be moving, uncle, Naruto eventually decided. Tobirama didn't realize he was expecting the child's favorite phrase until it wasn't voiced. He frowned subtly. Naruto had been quiet and withdrawn since Tobirama had first started waking up. Trauma had a way of stifling even the brightest and most vibrant of lights, but Tobirama was already of a mind to help ease his nephew's burdens. Starting with returning home to safety and normality. Kagami barked a short laugh and scrubbed a hand over his face. Finally. A male of the Senju clan who has some common sense. Tobirama sent him an incredulous look, to which the man scoffed at. Oh please, sensei. You're absolutely one of the smartest and most cunning shinobi to ever live, not die, and come back from not dying, but when it comes to your own health, you're a full freaking idiot. The Senju blinked rapidly. Where did my respectful student go? He demanded. The glare he got from Kagami actually stalled him in his thoughts. He returned home without his beloved and honorable sensei, he spat, voice dripping with venom and grief. Tobirama grimaced, but bowed his head to his former student. He should have known not to push Kagami. He had already admitted how full of rage he was. I owe you a proper apology for abandoning you, Kagami, he murmured, conceding the point to the other. I've done you a great disservice. Once more, the other man scoffed. I don't want your apology. Tobirama lifted his head and frowned in confusion. The sour, biting feel of grief and aggravation faded from Kagami's chakra for a moment, the tension in his shoulders easing to be replaced with weariness. I want you to take care of yourself. You know, actually let yourself heal and give a darn for whether you live or die. Or at least give a darn about the people you would leave behind. Ah. So that was what it was about. I did care, Tobirama told Kagami softly, and the flinty glint returned to those dark eyes. It wasn't a decision I made lightly. If there was any way I could have returned with you, I would have. As is, this scenario was the best I could do, and even then, it came too late. He took a deep breath, ignoring the twinges of pain in his ribs. I failed you and the others. I wasn't strong enough, or fast enough. I knew that when I ordered the rest of you ahead, but I hoped I might get lucky. Kagami glanced away, crossing his arms over his chest. Luck is a fool's gamble, he quoted. Tobirama huffed. Perhaps Anija's bad habits did brush off on me, then. The other man gave a wave, sad smile before sighing. Don't get me wrong, sensei. I'm glad you're back and I'm not even mad you. Mad at myself? Maybe. I'm a mess right now. Sorry for taking it out on you. Tobirama felt Naruto finally relax and ease at his side. Sorry, Sprout. I didn't mean to have an argument in front of you. And before you say it, no, it's not okay. His nephew wrinkled his nose and stuck out his tongue. It is okay, believe it, Naruto argued. You two didn't even yell or nothing. And you both said sorry and all that, so it's okay. The older man hummed and lifted his hand to brush his fingers through blonde hair. Any arguments should be peaceful if they must be had. Adults talk and debate, not fight and scream. Naruto nodded in understanding while Tobirama faced Kagami once more. Apology accepted even if you have the right to be angry with me. Kagami sniffed. I'll place my blame where I want, thanks, and you can't have any. He stuck his tongue out. Like a child. Naruto laughed and Tobirama rolled his eyes. As you wish. Now, help me home. Sensei. I don't like repeating myself. I can rest better in my own home in my own bed. If you won't help me then I'll go myself. Tobirama lifted a challenging eyebrow and his right arm, waiting. Kagami steamed for a moment, before groaning and slapping a hand to his forehead. How could I forget how stubborn Senju could be? Said Senju smirked as the man came over to his side, easing the arm over his shoulders. Naruto crawled away in order to give him space to so do. How could I forget how dramatic Uchiha could be? Must be your old age. Tobirama growled in an exaggerated manner, making Kagami chuckle. Grouchy old man. Little tyke, grab your fur and make like a monkey. Tobirama tested his chakra as Naruto scrambled onto Kagami's back, clinging tightly. I have a seal just outside the Senju compound. I can get us there. The hand holding his arm across a smaller set of shoulder tightened. Oh, no you don't. Moving around and getting you home is one thing. Using chakra? Nope. Big no. He side-eyed his former student. Then how do you suggest getting us out of this place? Are you planning to carry my sprout and I? Kagami smiled and it wasn't his usual smile. No, this was his battle smile, sharp and warning of imminent danger. Sensei, Middelheim was teaching me seals after you were gone. How do you think we're getting out of here? Tobirama's eyes widened. To his dulled senses, it was nearly too quick to follow. Kagami's lightning chakra crawled over him in a thin veil, tightening, flashed, bile rose up in his throat as the chakra faded from his sense. So that was what it was like to be carried in Hiraishin. Terrible. He'd need to fix that. Uncle? Tobirama swallowed thickly and tried to keep his head from teetering. Just a moment, he requested. The pair thankfully let him be for a minute. When he felt well enough, he straightened the small bit he'd slumped and took in his surroundings. Indeed, Kagami had brought them to the entrance of the Senju compound. Let's go. The going was slow. Tobirama was embarrassed to say he was getting tired from the short limping walk from the gates to the main house. He couldn't even hide it what with the way his muscles trembled and how he needed to deepen and measure his breathing against the pain and strain. His heartbeat was muffling his hearing once more when they finally reached the main house doors. He vaguely heard Kagami say something and Naruto chirp back in return before vanishing into the house. His focus remained on carefully hop-stepping from the Genkan into the house proper. Easy, easy, Kagami coached him as he helped him down the hall. Tobirama made a sound of confusion when they turned away from the stairs and went to the main sitting room instead. We're not going to try the stairs yet. Naruto entered the room behind them. Here we go. The child dragged Tobirama's futon with him, pulling it and its blanket over by the kotatsu before laying it flat. It was an odd idea to Tobirama, who would never think to purposely sleep or nap in the main room like he encouraged the kids to do, but his bed was close now and that meant he could rest. Tobirama bit his bottom lip harshly as he tried lowering himself down on his good leg, but even with Kagami's help his muscles and injuries protested sharply to all of this. A cold sweat had broken over him as he finally laid on his back, wincing and breathing harshly through his nose when he momentarily put too much weight on his lower back. Uncle? Naruto mumbled, gently touching his shoulder as he shifted off of his injuries and started relaxing his body in controlled movements. Tobirama cursed the shaky, scared tone in his sprout's voice. Are you okay? Tobirama waited another moment, carefully guiding the strain and pain from himself so that when he answered it would be truthful. Yes. He glanced down as Kagami carefully lifted his shirt, checking his bandages for spotting. I'm sorry for worrying you. This old man wasn't quite ready for that trip. Naruto pouted down at him. Kagami-san is right. You need to take better care of yourself, believe it. Tobirama felt his lips quirk up. Maybe this is something you can teach me, He took his good hand and trailed a finger down Naruto's nose, making him wrinkle it again. Cute. Welcome home, Sprout. The smile that earned him, trembling, honest, bright, and relieved, made so much weight lift from Tobirama's heart. I'm home. But then the look was gone as if it had never been, and it was replaced with jagged grief and guilt. Tobirama gently touched a finger under the boy's chin, encouraging him to look at him. Sprout? Absently, he felt Kagami tug his shirt back down and murmur something about tea before exiting the room. He barely even noticed, fixated on the pooling tears in normally bright, blue eyes. Oh, Sprout, what's wrong? A ragged, broken sob ripped out of his nephew, the sound too big and sudden for that tiny body. Tobirama carefully sat up once more, hissing at the pain in his stomach from using his abdomen to do so, but he wasn't going to let go of Naruto right now. He shushed the child, purring loudly as he encouraged the crying boy to come closer. Tobirama chinned blonde hair and rubbed his hand up and down Naruto's back, waiting out his cry. It took quite some time, but Naruto managed to choke back his sobs enough to speak. I hurt you. I hurt you, Ji-chan. AFT ter everything you've done me. I hurt you. Tobirama closed his eyes, breathing deep. Don't blame yourself for that, Naruto. Please don't. Not for that. But I hurt you. Look at you. You're so you're hurt so bad. Naruto leaned back and tipped his chin up. Tobirama would rather face 10 more Kinkaku squads than see this twisted, distorted expression of guilt and anger on his nephew's face again. Why, you were trying to save me and I didn't know who you were. I was tricked. I let him trick me. I let him— No. Tobirama denied as Naruto dissolved into heaving sobs once more. No, Sprout, none of that was your fault. You didn't let him do anything. Danzo, can you listen to me for a moment? Naruto? The boy sniffled hard and nodded weakly. Danzo had taken Kagami's eye years ago. He had Kagami's very, very strong Sharingan, and Sharingan are very good at casting genjutsu. Genjutsus are illusions, remember? Naruto sniffed again, blinking quickly and calming ever so slightly as he followed his every word. What many people didn't know, myself included, is that Kagami's Sharingan have the rare ability to cast Koto Amatsukami. It's an incredibly strong genjutsu. So subtle and so strong that it's the one genjutsu in the world that cannot be undone. Naruto froze and Tobirama nodded. Sprout, I thought I'd lost you, he whispered. There's no undoing Koto Amatsukami. Even Kagami wouldn't have been unable to undo it, and it was his stolen eye that cast it. When I realized what Danzo had done, Tobirama looked away and flexed his jaw. In his mind he could recall flashes of blood-curdling screams, and a terrified dark eye. I thought I'd lost you. I could save you, bring you home, but it wouldn't matter. Danzo had ripped away everything we had. He swallowed roughly and wasn't quick enough to blink away a tear. So when you looked at me and you called for me, Naruto, you did the impossible. You came back to me and I couldn't be more thankful. Tobirama gave up on any pretenses and touched his forehead to his nephew's, more tears following the first as the true magnitude of his relief finally sank in. Thank you for being strong enough to do the impossible. Thank you for coming back to me. Naruto keened a short scream, and even though it hurt, Tobirama welcomed the desperate arms that looped around his neck. The man didn't think he'd ever forget seeing his nephew looking at him in terror, screaming and begging for a false uncle, but he knew he could hug his nephew every day and remind himself that it was a fate they blessedly avoided. It wasn't me. Tobirama tipped his head to rest against Naruto's, humming. It wasn't me that broke that Kotoma's the genjutsu. The Senju frowned. Did Kagami do it? He felt Naruto shake his head. I promise you won't get mad. Of course. I swear. Tobirama didn't think he could ever really get mad at his nephew for anything short of willingly endangering himself. The boy shifted uneasily. The QB helped me. It took a moment for Tobirama to process those words. His hand patted Naruto's back gently. The QB helped you? Naruto nodded, his head still buried in Tobirama's neck. It took the man only a moment to decide how he wanted to reply to that. Then I must thank the QB. His nephew stilled before pulling back slowly, staring at him with wide eyes. Tobirama exhaled through his nose and tilted his head. You are my most precious treasure, Sprout. If the QB helped break Koto Emitsukami so that we could be together again, then I owe the QB a life debt. He brushed the back of his fingers over fattening, whiskered cheeks. Finally, the baby fat was looking plump and healthy on the boy. Naruto choked, his eyes visibly going in and out of focus, he says, pink lips pushed out into a pout. Mean. He says your human life is too short and pitiful to be worth anything. Butthead. Tobirama couldn't help the loud snort that left him and the wheezing laughter that soon followed. The words spoken and the way they were delivered, it was just too contradictory and too funny. Naruto giggled and tried to smother his mouth with two hands. He says stop laughing, he's serious, believe it. If anything, that made Tobirama laugh harder and Naruto joined him in his hysterics. Kagami walked in with a tray of tea and a pile of snacks to Tobirama clutching his chest, audibly wheezing his chuckles while Naruto was hiccuping and sniffling his own laughter. He squinted at the pair. What? Tobirama rubbed his chest against the pane. I owe the Kyuubi my life and he wants nothing to do with it. Naruto tipped over and off of Tobirama's lap as he laughed harder. Kagami looked alarmed and confused. Isn't that a good thing? He never did get an answer. Naruto eventually told them he'd been talking, annoying, the QB corrected, to his companion for quite some time now and he hadn't said anything because he was afraid people would get mad. The village hated him for just having the fox inside of him, he reasoned. What would happen if people found out that Naruto actually talked to him? Tobirama was quick to set him straight on the not unreasonable assumption with promises that nothing had changed and no, he wasn't in trouble. He laid out on his futon again sometime later after drinking a cup of tea and letting his nephew feed him crackers. He'd mistakenly nibbled on Naruto's fingers once or twice in retaliation. He'd have to get back at Kagami's cooing later when he was fit enough to chase and pin the man down. Or maybe he'd have Naruto experiment with seals on the uchiha. That could work too. Naruto doodled nonsensical shapes on his bandaged hand, curled once more into Tobirama's side. His Sprout's chakra felt lighter now, unburdened. It happily flared and relaxed when he smoothed his own diminished chakra over it. Don't hurt yourself, his nephew chided and he snorted in humor. It's never going to hurt me to hold you, Sprout. I'm not letting go. Good. Tobirama eased back into sleep feeling Naruto's hand flatten and press completely over his heart. Ji-chan. Tobirama inhaled softly at the call and eased open heavy eyes. He felt warm and comfortable, in no real rush to wake up again. His slowly returning chakra fluttered and stretched in a strange hitching manner that made him squint, but after a moment his chakra sense came back clear and strong. You awake? The hand buried in his hair flexed and tightened for a moment, drawing a disgruntled grunt to his lips. It relaxed in the next moment, freeing the strands, only to have nimble hands tug and pull on his locks. If Tobirama hadn't been laying on his good arm, he would have smacked the hand away. Instead, he shook his head to try to dislodge the annoyance. A chuckle sounded over him as the man finally focused on his immediate surroundings. Tsunade was kneeling in front of him, watching him closely as he roused from his nap. She smiled and straightened. Good. Guests will be arriving soon. I thought you might want to make yourself presentable. The leg Tobirama had been laying on moved and shook as its owner shifted and brought life back into his body. He took that as his cue to leverage himself upright once more, stretching his own still functional limbs. I wouldn't have to do that if you didn't drug me, he grumbled. Kagami snickered at his side. Tsunade rolled her eyes before rising to her feet again. It was your medicine. I didn't drug you. You put it in my tea. My tea. He'd known it was there, having reflexively checked for poisons and drugs, but the dark and challenging look his niece had leveled at him made him drink it anyway. It was a painkiller. Kami forbid I care if you're comfortable or not. The woman propped a hand on her waist. And what makes you think I was the one who drugged you? Tobirama was about to capitalize on the fact that she did agree that he was drugged, but the nature of the question drew his gaze to where Shizen was doing some last-minute cleaning and straightening in the sitting room. Sensing their attention, Tsunade's apprentice turned to face them. The smile she gave them was suddenly suspicious and duplicitous. Tobirama deadpanned to himself. Right. Of course. She was Tsunachan's apprentice. I have lunch almost done, Shizen reported. I'll start the drinks soon once guests start arriving. Tobirama nodded in gratitude. With watchful and stubborn eyes on him, he hadn't been able to make clones or do anything around the house. He'd only been allowed to summon Mari and Eri once, and that was only after he argued that they were family and would be concerned for their health and well-being. His litter mother and sister had yet to let him or Naruto leave the house proper. This meant Shizen was a blessing in how she easily stepped into his household even as Tsunade dove into the village to wrestle with politics after everything that had happened. Tobirama had pretty much been bedbound for the past week, regaining his strength and health with an irate Tsunade's help. It ruffled his sense of independence and pride to be coddled so and have his attempts at being sufficient sabotaged by drugged tea and good food, but he reluctantly appreciated their care. As it was, Tobirama had to learn secondhand of all the fallout to occur after he, Kakashi, and Tenzo had raided Root headquarters. Choza, Shikaku, and Inoichi had taken a grip of the Hidden Leaf village with the uchiha at their backs. From the way Tsunade had spoken, it had been ridiculously easy. Token resistance had come from Saru's guards as well as Koharu and Hamura, but it seemed as if any active shinobi had faltered and obeyed when incensed Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara, or Uchiha shinobi confronted them and commanded them to halt their activities in the name of their clan heads. For 2 entire days, the village had its gates shut and operations ground to a halt. Approved clan shinobi patrolled the rooftops and walls of the village, keeping everyone indoors or outside the village entirely. According to Kakashi, the other clans had thrown their lot in with the rebelling 4 once envoys had been sent to their clan heads explaining what was going on. The Aburame especially had joined the coup with zeal. Tenzo had explained that a good number of Aburame children had been released from Root and the noble clan was more animated than usual. Kakashi and Tenzo were still debating which was more frightening, a Nara or Aburame out for blood. With the iron grip on the village and the clans moving in concert to set things right, things moved very quickly. Tsunade had only just returned back to the clan compound for a whole night's rest after 5 days of rushing around the village. His niece told him that Inoichi personally oversaw Hiruzen's, Koharu's, and Hamura's stay in TNI while Shikaku disappeared into his own shadows to run the village like a puppeteer commanded his puppets. Choza and his clan were the face of the rebellion, meeting with the other approved shinobi, running food and supplies to the civilians, and quartering any of their shinobi that were trying to return from missions only to be met with closed gates. It had been determined that Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura were innocent of Danzo's attack on the village, so they escaped charges of treason and the immediate death sentencing. Tobirama had breathed a small sigh of relief when Tsunade's slug summons had informed him of such. Still, it was an opportunity to see his plan through, and he formally brought Naruto's case to Fugaku with the request to press charges. The trial had been all but a show. Tobirama had been thorough in his work these past few months. His Shadow's clones had been snooping in repositories and archives and offices almost that entire time, gathering evidence taller than he stood. Even though it was the civilian council's responsibility to oversee the trial and determine their guilt or innocence, there was no remaining unbiased. Not with Tobirama's name stamped on those damning papers and not with Fugaku personally overseeing each and every meeting. Koharu and Hamura had been found guilty with conspiracy against the village. It made Tobirama's stomach turn to know that this charge was only given because the civilian council still saw Naruto as a weapon and tool to the village, hence the pair's mistreatment of the child being slapped with a charge that was only one step down from blatant treason. Their sentencing was to be carried out in the Konoha prison and their names struck from every record in Konoha. They were to be forgotten, their smear on Konoha's past and present to be cleared and swept under the rug. Saru had been found guilty of gross child abuse, child abandonment, child neglect, and accessory to conspiracy against the village. Tobirama wonders if Saru would have also been charged with conspiracy against the village if the civilian council hadn't decided that being Hokage and leader of the village meant that it was, by definition, impossible to directly and knowingly do malicious work against the village. He personally disagrees with that. He'd been faced with leadership and developmental direction that conflicted with the original purpose and intent of the village, but perhaps from a civilian point of view Hiruzen hadn't done that. Tobirama wasn't sure. But the civilian council couldn't disagree that Hiruzen had failed Naruto. He was the only adult in the village permitted to visit and interact with Naruto, a directive that the man himself had signed. Fugaku had mused once in the middle of the night when he'd visited to tell Tobirama the verdict of the trial, that Hiruzen had seemed at peace during the civilian council's examination of him. Even when his punishment was to never again leave the village, to never enter any administrative building, to never interact or attempt to interact with anyone from outside the village, and, for the next 5 years, not leave the Sarutobi clan compound. It was also during this portion of the trial that the emergency clan council meeting that had been held in Tobirama's own home had come to show its results. The Sarutobi clan had lost its seat on the clan council for these next 5 years and could attempt to petition the clan council to have their seat restored after that time had passed. There had been a law made during Hiruzen's time that if both the civilian and clan councils agreed on the revocation of a civilian or shinobi clan seat, it was to be done. Tobirama didn't want to punish an entire clan for Hiruzen's mistakes and doings, and he'd said as much during the meeting. The time limit on the Sarutobi clan seat revocation had resulted from his protest. Only then had he put his agreement in with the other clan heads. It bothered him slightly that the completion and fruition of his plans to remove his former students from power had occurred without him being present. He'd imagined he'd have to be present in the courtroom to argue for Naruto's case and show the civilian council that his former students were guilty and should be punished, but instead his allies and the other clan heads had done the work for him and Naruto. Tobirama's work had been taken out of his hands swiftly and decisively. It was a novel experience. Time to come back, sensei. Tobirama grunted, unwilling to exit his thoughts. He hadn't been able to do anything for over a week now. Unable to leave his clan compound to ensure he wasn't being deceived or to see with his own eyes that the village was recovering without his help. It felt wrong for him not to be buried in the work of restoring and protecting the village. Sensei. But from what the others had told him, life and commerce had started up once more, the forceful change beginning to settle into the bones of the village. Kagami's whining, jaw-cracking yawn finally drew his attention. "Did you nap as well?" he asked, slightly incredulous. "Oh, so that's what it takes, hmm?" The uchiha rubbed sleepily at his eyes. "You looked so comfortable, and how was I supposed to move with you laying on me like that?" Tobirama scared. "You were the one to insist after you cleaned up my futon." The smirk he got was entirely unrepentant and self-aware. "I couldn't let my crippled and hurting sensei try to hop up the stairs or sleep on unforgiving tatami," he explained with false innocence. As if he didn't have ulterior motives. Tobirama narrowed his eyes. Kagami's lips twitched. "What if my dear sensei got hurt even more? I could never live with myself." He squinted harder. Kagami smiled wider. What's going on? The pair of men turned to see Naruto trotting into the room, his hair wet with the bath he'd apparently just taken and Tobirama's fur mantle clutched tight in his arms. Eri dogged his heels, tilting her head up in order to reach the boy's hair. Naruto didn't flinch or seem to acknowledge that the snow leopard was grooming him. The pair had been inseparable since Tobirama had summoned them. His little sister had soothed his Sprout's cries and begging for forgiveness upon catching sight of the silver fur on her shoulder. She was fully healed and recovered, but Eri's fur showed where she'd taken a wound. The Senju had ached at the sight of his little sister and Sprout coming together in tears and exclamations, but Mari had sat beside him in silence, grounding him in his spot so the younger pair could have their time. Seeing them cry and calm down and eventually cling to one another, Tobirama wondered if the day would come when Eri would offer Naruto her clan summoning scroll. Eri wasn't a mother or mentor to Naruto in the same way Mari was to Tobirama, but the bond was still there. Tsunade snorted as she made to leave the room. They're being an old married couple. Don't worry about it, Sprout. Naruto frowned, looking baffled. His hand lifted distractedly, pushing Eri's insistent tongue away. Married? Ji-chan, you're married? Kagami and Eri burst out laughing and even Shizen's shoulders were shaking. Tobirama hated everyone. He was just managing to calm Naruto down from his hysterics over not being invited to Tobirama's wedding when Tenzo and Kakashi slipped into the house behind Mari. The pair of teens had spent the night in an unoccupied Senju home, one that Tenzo was beginning to stay at with more frequency. Mari purred in greeting as she padded over to him, trailing her eyes and nose from his head to his toes. He tolerated the brusque lick she gave to the side of his head before settling in her spot at his back. Kakashi, upon hearing the partial conversation, cocked his head to the side. If Senju-sama and Uchiha-san are married, does that mean Uchiha-san is actually Senju-san? He mused out loud and Tenzo smacked a hand to the back of his head, making the cub whine like a child. The pair of ex-root shinobi had taken to hunkering down in the Senju compound after the raid. From an objective point of view, it made sense. They were there in an unsanctioned attack on the village and had their hands in personally fighting their supposed comrades and freeing kidnapped children. The targets on their backs had grown substantially in size and the barrier around the Senju compound offered a large sense of security and safety. At first, in between Tobirama's many naps, it had felt like the pair were hiding out in the clan house Tenzo was slowly but surely laying claim to, but with each day they ventured into Tobirama's home and gardens with growing frequency. He'd found Kakashi half buried under the kotatsu on numerous occasions now and had felt Tenzo lingering around the ancestor tree. He wondered if Tenzo would accept his or Tsunade's offer to claim him in the name of the Senju clan so his branch may grow. Or if the half-grown Sprout would fully move into the clan compound. Sometimes Tobirama wanted to push and talk about it, but he had restrained himself thus far. He wouldn't make his cousin uncomfortable for the sake of making himself comfortable. His eye was twitching by the time his Sprout asked questions about family names and traditional marriage procedures and what would happen if he and Kagami were married. The boy eventually fell into a contemplative silence, arms crossed over his tiny chest and his face screwed up in concentration. He hadn't expected his morning to go like this, to wake up, have breakfast, pray at his family shrine, fall into a drugged nap, and wake up to being absolutely harassed. Such is life apparently. The Senju sensed Tsunade guiding the first of his guests into the compound and set about making sure everything was ready. The kotatsu as pushed into the corner of the room and a large assortment of pillows were scattered in a perfect circle. Trays with waiting cups were placed in front of each cluster of pillows. In accordance to his stated informality in his invitations, Tobirama had opted for a loosely belted bright blue kimono shirt over a mesh shirt and gray hakama. His nephew had insisted he wear a pale yellow long-sleeved haori, which was the closest thing to orange Tobirama would ever allow in his wardrobe. He wore it draped over his shoulders instead of properly putting his arms through the garment. As it was, he'd only put his casted left arm through his mesh shirt and tucked the limb to his chest. He'd debated undoing his bandages, but decided not to. He was in his own home with his returned Sprout at his side. Bearing the signs of his injuries would be a source of pride instead of shame. The only thing he was missing was Tobirama raised an eyebrow as he watched Naruto adjust his fur mantle on his own shoulders. Sprout? The child lifted his head and looked at him with wide and guileless blue eyes. Tobirama smiled slightly, recognizing the familiar feeling of his heart softening. Am I going to wear my fur today? The open expression turned into a watery-eyed pout in half a second, making him chuckle. It didn't surprise him. His nephew was being very clingy when it came to his fur mantle lately. Tobirama couldn't blame the child. That fur was something of a security blanket for him as well, though one he hadn't held onto for dear life in quite some time. It was simply his, a part of his identity. No? Naruto answered in a high-pitched, uncertain tone. His hands held the fur tighter. Eri, catching on, put her chin on Naruto's shoulder and gave Tobirama equally pleading eyes. The kitten needs fur, Bakken. Mari chuckled lowly, her tail rising and flicking in amusement. It is important to keep a kitten warm. Harassed. He was being ganged up on and harassed. Still. The man would never have it in his heart to truly deny his boy. As you wish. Naruto sagged in relief, sighing loudly. But maybe we should look into getting you a fur for yourself. He stiffened again. I can't have this one, he asked plaintively. Tobirama hummed, trying to figure out the best words to let his sprout down with. I am willing to share, he started, but I would like it back eventually. It was a gift from my mother, you see. Angora rabbit fur from the land of snow. Naruto's eyes blew wide open. Oh. That's really far, believe it. He nodded in agreeance. Indeed, it is. But my mother went to the trouble of getting it as a present to celebrate my colors. Blonde eyebrows furrowed. 'Cause your clan didn't like how you looked? Yes. My mother wanted me to have something to make a statement, to show that I was proud of my appearance. That fur is very dear to me. Naruto shrunk in place and pet the fur carefully. Sorry I ruined it. Tobirama huffed and shook his head. The small tears in the fur from where his nephew had clung to it even as he was pulled from Tobirama's unresponsive body was barely anything. Hardly even the worst damage. There was the time Izuna had burned a good portion of it and Tobirama had painstakingly woven new fur into the snipped and sheared strands to preserve its volume and thickness. After that incident, he'd carefully stitched preservation and strengthening seals into the underside of the mantle. It was a testament to Naruto's panicked strength that he'd even managed to damage the fur mantle in the first place. You are not the first to damage it, Sprout. That fur has been cleaned and repaired many times over the years. I wear it even in battle and on missions after all. And you're sure I can wear it? The fur was a large piece to begin with. On Tobirama's adult body it made his shoulders look wider and gave the illusion that he had a ruff that could bristle. On Naruto's tiny body, it looked like a half-cape he was happily drowning in. Tobirama had to fix a new clip to the front of the mantle so it would remain on small shoulders. Of course. We'll discuss furs later, however. The door to his home was sliding open, Tenzo greeting the first of his guests. Kagami shifted where he was seated on Tobirama's left, sitting where Tobirama's sleeves laid empty due to his injured arm and hand. The Senju wondered if his former student was aware that he was shielding him. You should feel lucky, kid. Sensei never let any of us wear his mantle. Looks like he's gotten soft in his old age. The uchiha laid a hand on Mari's head and scratched behind her ear, making his little mother purr. Tobirama looked at him sideways. You're almost as old as me now, Kagami. I wouldn't speak so quickly. He turned his eyes to the entrance of the sitting room as his guests arrived. Hyuga-sama, welcome to my home. Hayashi Hyuga bowed his head while his daughter and nephew bowed from the waist. Thank you for the gracious invitation, Naidem-sama. Uchiha-san, Uzumaki-san, hello. Kagami waved and mumbled a greeting while Naruto bowed from the waist too, chirping a greeting to Hinata and Niji. Please be at ease in my home. You're the first to arrive. He waved to the arrangement of sitting pillows before finally turning his gaze to the younger children. Niji was very pointedly still and quiet, visibly not giving anything away even as his chakra swirled tightly with anxiety. Hinata, however, was glancing from where she was tugging fretfully at her fingertips and then back to him. Hinata-chan, Niji-kun, come. Let me see you. It was a breach in protocol, one he could sense the Hayashi didn't approve of, but the looks of relief and concern on the little Hyuga's faces didn't let Tobirama care all too much. Tita Senju-sama, Hinata stuttered, glancing over her shoulder to her father with a wince. Are you okay? Her hands reached out and up to him, before halting and returning to their nervous tugging at her chest. Niji was silent at her side, but he could see the hidden tinge of fear and worry on his face. That wouldn't do. This is an informal lunch, you too, he reminded them. I will take no offense to you using my given name. And yes, I'm okay. My niece and her apprentice have been looking after me and ensuring I'm healing. Tension eased out of their shoulders and tiny bodies as they spoke. That's good to hear, Niji murmured. Hinata turned to Naruto. And you, Naruto-kun? You're okay. His nephew beamed, bouncing where he sat on Tobirama's right side. Yeah. Ji-chan and I are doing good. Just been lazy around the house, believe it. I've missed you and the others. Tobirama wanted to give the children a chance to speak to one another and thus deliberately turned back to Hayashi and engaged him in conversation, asking after his clan and wife. Kagami joined in, seeking updates on the village in this current time. The next family to arrive were the Uchihas. Fugaku nodded to Hayashi genially, which was returned with equal aplomb while Sasuke and Itachi moved to greet Tobirama and the other children. Tobirama wondered if the rivalry between the two dojutsu clans was still present today as he watched the two clan heads interact. Itachi's chakra had immediately reached for his own upon seeing him, burrowing into his cold water chakra with confidence and relief that shined in his dark eyes. Shursui says he's sorry he can't come, Itachi informed him, glancing between Tobirama and Kagami, who twitched ever so slightly in guilt. But he volunteered to watch the new children and they're rather attached to him. He is always welcome here whenever he has time. I'm aware that you and he might have other demands on your time, Tobirama excused easily. Fugaku zeroed in on Kagami. Kagami-san, the elders have been asking after you. Tobirama felt his eye twitch again as he sensed more than saw the change in his former student. The smile on Kagami's face was sharp. It's nice to see you too, Fugaku-kun. Tobirama had no way to jab at him with his elbow, so he settled for spiking a concentration of his chakra at Kagami and hissing lowly. Kagami grimaced and looked away, clearing his throat. I mean, I appreciate you telling me, Fugaku-sama. I apologize for any inconvenience my absence has caused you and the clan. The rising irritation in Fugaku smoothed back out into placid alertness. Apology accepted. I'd also like to inform you that you are exempt from any clan duties until I say otherwise. Kagami glanced back at the man who was his current clan head. Should you have questions or concerns about your place in village or clan, I would expect you to seek me out. My home is open to you. Tobirama withheld the reflex to tilt his head and scrutinize Fugaku. To the more formal clans, that was about as understanding and forgiving as one in their position could be around one another, if not more so than was permitted. Fugaku had just openly given one of his clansmen a free pass and forgiveness for ignoring the Uchiha clan and hiding out in the Senju compound. Hayashi and Tobirama shared a look before collectively starting a conversation about taijutsu, giving the Uchiha men the illusion of privacy to save face. Kagami was frozen for a moment before placing both hands on his thighs and bowing deeply. You're too kind, Fugaku-sama. I'll endeavor to honor your kindness and our clan. Fugaku nodded tightly. See that you do. From the corner of his eye, Tobirama saw the clan head relax ever so slightly. Welcome home, Kagami-san. You've been dearly missed. The conversation and atmosphere carried on smoothly for a few minutes after that. Even when Shizen kicked Kakashi out of the kitchen and the cub flopped onto his own cushion, who tried to stir trouble in the room only for Itachi to meet him word for word with grace, diplomacy, and amusement. But then the door to his house was audibly slammed open and a young voice howled, "I'm home." An older woman barked, "Brat. You can't just do that, it's not." Tobirama huffed and called back, "Welcome home." Kiba's laugh carried down the hall and so did his running footsteps, which he growled at. "Kiba," he snapped, and those footsteps slowed. The Inuzuka boy peeked sheepishly around the door frame and the man glared mildly at the boy. "One of these days you will remember my rules, pup." Kiba smiled and galloped over, his eyes glittering happily as he threw his arms around Tobirama's Dutch shoulders. "Sorry, Ji-chan. I was just really excited to see you again. Ma said you were really hurt and that you blew up the village." The child's mother stepped into view, her lips curled into a snarl. At her side was a young girl. She was about Itachi's age if Tobirama had to guess. Her chakra reserves were what he would expect of a genin, though, as compared to Itachi's near jonin levels. At their heels were 4 dogs, one full-grown ninken that stood on the Inuzuka matriarch's right with poise and strength. This was also the same dog who often tailed Kiba when the boy came to visit Tobirama. The other 3 were puppies that shied and wiggled behind the younger girl. "Kiba," the mother bit out, but Tobirama waved a staying hand. "Strange," Tobirama as he straightened once Kiba let him go from his hug. "How can we still be in the village if I, as you say, blew it up?" The dog-kin wrinkled his nose. "You know what I mean. Hey, Naruto. I heard you got kidnapped." Tobirama scoffed at the utter lack of tact and pointedly ignored his nephew finally breaking protocol to tackle Kiba to the ground. The Inuzuka matriarch had very solidly facepalmed at her son's words. She looked at him with stressed eyes. "Naidame-sama, I'm sorry, I'm still trying to teach him." "There's no need to apologize, I'm familiar with your son. Forgive me for not rising. I'm Tobirama Senju. Behind me is my little mother, Mari. It's a pleasure to finally meet Kiba's mother." The woman smirked. "You're a polite one. It's a wonder you have sent my kid packing yet. Call me Tsum. This is my partner Koromaru." The ninken, who must have had a recent wolf ancestor, nodded, his lone remaining golden eye meeting his before deferring to Mari. "Well met," the canine stated quietly. Tobirama waited a moment, looking down and to his side to Mari, who was watching the ninken closely. Eri chirped softly to her mother, wondering if these canines were okay in their summoner's home, but she was ignored. Mari eventually closed her eyes once more. "Well met indeed," she agreed. Tobirama wasn't completely aware of what that interaction had entailed, but Koromaru smiled and wagged his tail, relaxing. Tsum, who had also waited with him to see how their companions would welcome each other, nodded decisively. "Good. Seems like you and me will get along better than some of my kin do with uchihas and their cats." The young girl at her side wrinkled her nose and nodded in agreement before glancing over her shoulder to the uchihas in question. "At least I got a good uchiha." She faced him once more and Tobirama noticed she had a calmer and more placid appearance and chakra than her mother and brother. "I'm Hana. I'm Kiba's older sister and heir to the Inuzuka clan. These are my companions, Jinmaru, Kemirimaru, and Hamaru. They are the Haimaru brothers." The small puppies crowded together behind their humans' feet, nervous but curious. Ah, Inuzuka casualness. There were many things wrong with an heir introducing themselves when their clan head was with them, but he was familiar with how the Inuzuka generally acted. It never failed to make Tobirama switch mental gears. "You may call me Tobirama. This is my heir and nephew, Naruto Uzumaki." He nodded to where Kiba and Naruto were still wrestling across the floor, cheered on by Eri. He and Hana sighed in exasperation while Tsum face-bombed. As for your son, he glanced back at Tsum just as Kiba put Naruto in a headlock and bit his yowling nephew's ear. I can appreciate his spirit and energy. Tsum laughed and grinned widely. You really are the politic type. Thanks for looking after him. It's nice to have him out of my hair. Tobirama blinked and tilted his head, examining the woman closer. She caught on and frowned at him. What? There's something on my face? Not at all. I apologize. Tobirama blinked before swallowing. You simply remind me of my cousin, Tuka Senju. The man expected to have to explain who his cousin was and what attributes he saw in another clan woman. He expected to have to summarize his legend of a cousin with a few paltry words. He didn't expect recognition and joy to flash in sharp eyes and a laugh to erupt from Tsum. I don't think I've ever been given a kinder compliment. It was only an entire lifetime of keeping an even expression that kept Tobirama from spluttering in surprise. Instead, he raised an eyebrow. You know of my cousin? Tsum smirked and crossed her arms. Any kunoichi worth their blade knows who Tuka Senju was. She's our ideal here in Konoha, who we look to for aspiration. It's who I'm teaching my daughter to be like. Hana smiled up at her mother as she ran her nails through her ponytail. What a kunoichi. One day I'd like to go out with a blade in my hand and my enemy's blood on my lips. An honest and heartfelt smile spread across Tobirama's face as Tuka's favorite saying was spoken of decades after her passing. I had no idea she is honored today, he admitted quietly. Kagami's hand came to rest on his shoulder, squeezing tightly. His beloved cousin had passed not too long before Hashirama had. Privately, Tobirama had thought that Tuka's death defending their borders from Kyumo shinobi had been the real kicker in Hashirama's final spiral into depression and into giving up the will to live. With Madara dead, war looming, Hashirama had been under so much pressure. No matter what Tobirama had tried, he hadn't been able to help or save his brother during the very first battle of the First Shinobi War. Tuka had been a spitfire of a woman, Tobirama's older sister in all but blood. When the Senju clan would have had her set back to a more gendered role, she'd taken up her father's Naginata and hunted down her mother's murderers. When she was faced with the infamous Uchiha Sharingan, she'd turned right around and made herself a genjutsu specialist. She'd been so good at genjutsu she'd earned herself the name of the Sharingan-less Uchiha. With her skill and blade in genjutsu, she'd once been looked upon with the same fear and terror that Tobirama had been subject to his whole life. It had only drawn them closer together over the years. When she died, dying with her blade in hand and blood on her lips, Tobirama had felt it clear across the land of fire and he'd grieved. Tuka had been his sister, strong like the earth under their feet and full of life like the forest they lived in. She was never one to be quiet and demure. He knew that if Tuka could know that kunoichi of present day aspired to be like her, she'd be so smug and proud. Tsum, unknowing of his somber thoughts, beamed. Us kunoichi are pretty close-knit and tight-lipped in the village. We don't like to let men try to dictate us. Tsunade raised her cup and the women shared a look. We teach each other skills and talents unique to us. Tuka Senju is an icon and legend to us among some others. Tobirama felt a purr tickle and push up his throat. Tsum looked startled when his words came out muffled and garbled by the sound, but he physically could not keep himself from purring. I'm so happy to hear this. Tuka would be proud to have influenced and helped so many other women break the mold and find their blades as kunoichi. You yourself remind me so much of her, so I know she lives on. A bright flush bloomed under the red clan marks on the woman's cheeks. A roguish smile only emphasized that fact. Careful, Tobirama. Flattery gets you nowhere, but you're getting somewhere. This time it was easy to drop his smile and make his face blank. His slow blink and raised eyebrow conveyed just how little he valued what she'd said. The Inuzuka woman laughed and, of all things, looked to Kagami. You keep an eye on this one. I don't think he knows what's up. His student heaved a sigh and took his hand back from Tobirama's shoulder. He never has, he grumbled, which only confused Tobirama further. Sounds like that's something you need to fix. Hayashi, you bastard. What have you been up to? And with that, the force of nature that is Tsum turned and stalked away. Hana rolled her eyes at her mother and brother but broke away, heading towards Itachi. Tobirama frowned at Kagami. The man rolled his eyes and reached up to run his hand through his curls. Don't worry, sensei. I've got your back. Yes, he knew that, but in what exactly did Kagami have his back for? The sigh that left the Hyuga was large and long. The sigh that left the Hyuga was the most expression he'd seen from the man yet. Tsum, you haven't changed. Fugaku and Hayashi called their children back to them, disapproving of the brawl going on. Tsum was resigned and embarrassed as she scruffed her son and carried him over to the trio of pillows she'd selected to Hayashi's left. Tobirama was amused by it all as he helped Naruto readjust his clothes. His next guests quietly arrived as Naruto was readying his belt, grumping at Kiba for ruining the knot he'd tied. Welcome, Tobirama greeted the hooded trio. Aburame-sama, may you and yours be at home in my home. If it is too bright, please let me know. I can close the doors and fetch candles. The Aburame clan head gave a barely perceptible nod, the afternoon light from the open garden doors glinting off his dark glasses. We accept your welcome. Why? Because you seem familiar with our clan. Tobirama gestured to his own face. The light and sun can get to me as well, he admitted. If I may introduce my clan. You've already met my niece, Tsunade Senju, and my cousin, Tenzo. This is my heir, Naruto Uzumaki. His nephew waved a hand and smiled cheerily, and you may call me Tobirama for this meeting. The Aburame man tilted his head. This is logical as it was stated in your invitation that this was an informal meeting. He nodded. In return, you may call me Shibi, though I would request the san suffix from you and sama from your heir. Pale fingers peeked out from the ends of his long sleeves, gesturing to the two children at his side. The youngest and shortest was addressed first. Meet my son and heir, Shino, and my cousin and ward, Torian. Finally, Shibi bowed his head as conventional protocol dictated. The Aburame are welcomed by the Senju. Some scoffed from where she sat cross-legged. You're as long-winded as ever, Shibi. I'm surprised you even came. Shibi turned towards the woman. I did come. Why? I was invited. Hayashi waved a hand. You could have still turned down the invitation. She means why you accepted the invitation. The heavily coated man made to cross the room, heading for Hayashi's right side. Curiosity. Some chortled while Hayashi held up a hand to Shibi, which the Aburame took and squeezed in welcome. Tobirama watched this from the corner of his eyes. His gaze was instead focused on the pair of Aburame children that stood a few feet away from him, watching him silently behind thick dark lenses. He was patient enough to wait them out, but he did greet them. Aburame-san, to Shino. Aburame-kun, to Torian. The Aburame clan were notoriously formal, like the Hyuga and Uchiha, but with their own rules and procedures. Tobirama would be the first to admit he wasn't terribly familiar with the clan other than their capabilities on the battlefield and in reconnaissance, but he knew and respected them enough to err on the side of caution rather than risk offending the future clan head and the older cousin he still held the hand of. The pair of children chorused a quiet, Senju-sama, before going quiet and watchful once more. Naruto shifted uneasily as the staring contest dragged on. The Senju was banking on his sprout's impatience and curiosity to start this conversation. Naruto didn't disappoint. Hey, it's rude to stare, believe it, he finally drawled, his eyes narrowed and his tone rude. Were he to address Shibi in such a way, Tobirama would have corrected him and apologized, but since he was speaking to his age mates, Tobirama let him be. If you're gonna say something, say it. Tobirama ignored the pointed looks he was getting from the other clan heads. The smaller one, Shino, who seemed to be closer to Naruto in terms of age, lifted a hand to the high collar that obscured the lower half of his face. I chose not to speak. Why? I wasn't sure how Senju-sama would receive me. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. He hadn't been around many Aburame children, so he didn't know if being well-spoken and deliberate was the usual for them. Torian rolled his shoulders in a shrug. He wasn't wearing a hood like the father and son duo. Instead, he wore a coiled scarf over the top of his long-sleeved coat as well as a goggled cowl. Shino hadn't spoken, so I stayed quiet. Tobirama wondered silently if that was an inner clan rule, that one couldn't speak until their superior did. Naruto huffed. Nah, you don't need to be so stuffy. Ji-chan said this is just supposed to be a lunch. Casual and all that. Sides, don't worry about making Ji-chan mad. He's cool. Kagami snickered beside him before leaning over. You hear that? He whispered. You're a cool old man. He tilted his head so he could speak just as quietly back. You're only a few years younger than me. Kagami rolled his eyes, but seemed pleased and amused with himself. Tobirama turned his eyes back to the Aburame children as Shino nodded decisively. If what you say is true then, Shino tilted his head so he could look directly at Tobirama, thank you for returning my brother to me. Well, he hadn't been expecting that. You're welcome, he replied. Though I'm afraid I don't deserve your gratitude. He glanced to Torian. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you before. It was with the most bland and flat voice that Torian informed him, Danzo had taken me into route. All conversation around the room silenced as the hot topic of the time was spoken of. I was there the night you stormed the headquarters. Tenzo-senpai came for me and the other initiates and protected us from the cave-in. Tobirama winced and tucked his chin down. I apologize for putting you in danger like that. Torian shrugged. Appreciated, but I don't really care. Why? I'm back with my clan now and with Shino. He could see the way Shino's hand tightened around Torian's. So I thank you. Why? Because Danzo took Torian and Aisan from me and you killed Danzo. So that's why Shino had thought he might offend him. He'd killed Danzo, his former student, and judging by the way the Aburame heir's chakra was unconsciously clinging and leaning towards Torian, he knew the value of a bond, and a bond that had been severed. The child had the desperate edge, a fear, of losing something he loved. It was something Shino and Naruto had in common. You need not fear my censure, he assured the small child. My former student had committed a great many wrongs and it was past time someone ensured he paid for them. As his sensei, I had a duty to see to that. He smiled softly, looking between the pair. If by seeing that justice was done, that I set something right, then I am happy. I hope you two grow well together. Shino didn't give any visible sign and Torian only hummed, but both of their chakras lightened and flared in satisfaction. Perhaps after lunch, Naruto and the others can show you to the gardens. So long as you don't take all of the population, you may help yourselves to whatever insects you find. Shino tellingly brightened at this and thanked him verbally. With that, the pair of children returned to Shibi's side. The last of his guests arrived together as was their usual. Choji led the charge, running straight from the gate to the Senju compound, to the front door, and into the sitting room. The boy's eyes found Naruto and didn't waver until he'd tackled the blonde to the ground. Naruto squawked in surprise, but readily clung back. You're okay, Choji sniffled and Naruto's chakra popped in distress and sadness. He squeaked as Choji squeezed him tighter. I'm so happy you're okay. Tobirama watched as Naruto strained to move in order to tuck his chin into Choji's shoulder. I missed you, believe it, Naruto rasped. We're okay. We're okay, I promise. He'd gotten the story from Naruto not too long ago, of how Danzo had taken him. Apparently there had been a knock at Torifu's door while Mina and Toichi had been on a larder run for a last-minute dessert. Shikamaru, who had inexplicably invited himself to their sleepover, Choji, and Naruto had been doing a puzzle in the living room of Torufu's house while the old man had gone to answer the door. Naruto remembered there being a loud bad word from Torufu before he shouted at someone to leave. And then there'd been a loud crashing sound and someone yelling in pain, and then Naruto had smelled blood, a lot of blood. Masked figures had stormed the house and into the living room where the children were. Naruto had admitted that things were blurry after that. He remembered Shikamaru raising his voice and yanking him and Choji into a corner, Danzo coming through the door, and Choji trying to attack Danzo to protect them. But then Danzo had tapped his forehead with a finger, making the Akimichi boy collapse. After that, Danzo had pulled the bandages from his eye and forced Naruto to look at his stolen Sharingan. So Tobirama could understand Choji's desperation to see and hold Naruto. They hadn't seen each other since that night almost a week ago. He sighed quietly, mourning their trauma, when he saw Hinata bolt forward, ignoring her father's hissed call. Pale eyes were shining with tears as she touched shaky hands to Choji's and Naruto's shoulders. The pair turned towards her, took in her slowly crumbling face, and dragged the girl into their hug too. Kiba whined from across the room, curling in on himself, and Tobirama was about to encourage him to come closer, when Sum put her hand on her son's back, and pushed him. He needed no other encouragement, rushing to join the hug. 3 of their friends had been attacked and 1 taken. It was little wonder they needed to hold on to one another. Some, however, were more restrained. Niji sat trembling by Hayashi, refusing to acknowledge his uncle glancing at him. Sasuke was squeezing his hands tightly, tugged to Itachi's side. The older brother had tilted his head to rest his cheek on his little brother's head. His chakra was tight and moving slowly, weighed by grief and fear. Tobirama carefully and slowly reached to envelope the 3 children in his chakra. Itachi's eyes slid shut as he overtook their shared chakra to hold him, and Niji's shaking slowly eased, the tension melting slightly from his body. Fugaku and Hayashi startled, being close enough to the children to sense what he was doing, but he only met their gazes evenly and refused to take back his chakra. He wouldn't be cowed or shamed out of comforting children. The huddle of 4 children was beginning to relax when the rest of Choji's entourage finally reached them, followed by Tsunade and Tenzo. Choza sighed when he caught sight of his son and nodded in greeting to Tobirama. Without another word, he went to the 3 sets of pillows between Kakashi and Fugaku, dropping heavily. When Tobirama caught sight of Shikaku, he felt a tiny bit of humor return to him. "Nara-sama, it appears you've picked up a parasite," he jested. Nara's always looked weary and exhausted, but the clan had looked as if he discovered sleep and rest was troublesome and was doing everything he could to avoid it. Tobirama felt tired just looking at the man. Unlike the rest of the clan heads, he had arrived in his jonin gear, with an extra attachment to his vest. Shikamaru was clinging tightly to his father's chest, of his own strength because Shikaku wasn't holding him, and glaring mightily up at his father, never wavering for a moment. It was hilarious to see. Shikaku blinked slowly, but smiled quicker. He looked down at his irate son with amusement. "It appears I have. He's too troublesome to remove." Kiba burst out laughing. "What the hell, Shika? What did your dad do?" The answer came in a raised and viciously angry voice. One that should have been impossible to come from such a tiny person, let alone a tiny Nara. "He won't sleep." Shikamaru spat and Shikaku grimaced, lifting a hand to scratch the back of his head. I've been busy. You need to sleep." Ino trotted past her father and uncle, totting 2 other children by their hands. She scowled up at her age mate. "You're so loud, Shikamaru." "Sleep," the tiny Nara hissed. Tenten and Lee shot past Ino, diving for the hug pile with incoherent shouts. Tobirama had to lean to the side in order to avoid flailing arms and legs possibly hitting his healing ribs and back. Mari shifted her head and shoulders enough to brace him. Tobirama murmured his thanks. He heard Kakashi chuckle from the other side of Kagami. "Those are all his kids, the cub gleefully told Kagami. They follow him around everywhere. He's practically adopted them. Tobirama whipped his head around and glared at Kakashi, who was still laughing as Ino ran and jumped on the pile with a happy screech. I have not. You're a lying liar who lies. Kagami heaved a great big sigh. Looks like Torifu and I have been replaced. Tobirama gave him a deadpan look, catching his meaning. Once upon a time Kagami had dogged his heels, dragging Saru into it, and eventually the other four as well. Now it was the current generation's children that were constantly underfoot. But he currently wasn't in the mood to argue about his supposed adoption of clan children. Didn't they understand that he was trying to keep peace in the village, not start a civil war? The senjutsu before turning his attention to where Shikaku was carefully settling onto his pillow without disturbing his clingy, furious son. Shikamaru, he called and got no response, so he tried again. Shikamaru, I might be able to help you. Red and narrowed eyes finally moved from his father and settled on him. How? Tobirama privately thought that he should try to put Shikamaru down for a nap. It was very obvious that he needed one, but he had a suspicion that Shikamaru would only nap when his father did. Instead of answering out loud, he lifted his good hand and beckoned the boy to come closer. Amidst the adults greeting each other and the children catching up, Shikamaru reluctantly relaxed his grip on his father and set his feet on the ground. He then marched over to Tobirama and glared at him expectantly. He had to bite his tongue against teasing the boy and instead leaned down to whisper in his ear. After a moment, Shikamaru nodded and trotted down the hall to the kitchen. Shikaku gave him a curious look, but shrugged. Tobirama traded pleasantries with the various children and adults for a few minutes, allowing time for Shizune and Shikamaru to finish in the kitchen. When he sensed them both exit the room, he cleared his throat to draw attention. I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to accept my invitation to have lunch with me, he started, looking the various clan head in the eyes. I'm aware of how precious all of your time is in the wake of recent events. You do me a service and honor by being here on such short notice. All the clan heads showed varying degrees of stress and exhaustion, Choza, Shikaku, and Inoichi most of all. They'd been at the center of the unrest right alongside him, if not more so given that he'd been recovering the past few days while they continued to wrestle with the village. He gestured his good hand to the sitting room entrance as Shizune and a half-dozen of her clones entered bearing trays laden with fresh food. My niece's dedicated apprentice, Shizune Kato, has put together a feast for all of you. Please enjoy and leave behind your worries and concerns for the time being. Various thanks and pleased exclamations went up around the room from clan heads and children alike. He motioned Lee and Tenten to sit beside him for lunch and murmured thanks to one of Shizune's clones as she set a tray in front of him. The original Shizune personally served her master first and foremost. Shikamaru carefully set his father's tray of tea in front of him, sat on his heels, and stared expectantly, challengingly, up at the man. Shikaku had a wry smile on his face as he slowly and deliberately sat back and waved at the tea. His son's face twisted in a look of displeasure before he reached for the tea kettle and poured a cup of tea as well as a second one when Shikaku pushed a cup in his direction. The boy's jerky and stiff motions would make any trained Maiko or geisha wince. Just seeing it made the classically trained Senju clan heir and clan head in Tobirama want to take Shikamaru's hands to guide him through the correct movements, but he had to remind himself that this wasn't the Nara heir's event to host nor was this a true tea ceremony. He accepted the tea Kagami poured for him and pretended to not see Shikaku's pointed look as he breathed in the aroma of chamomile and lemon balm, which nearly overwrote the more bitter smell of magnolia bark. Only Shikaku's and now Shikamaru's tea smelled as such, everyone else's were traditional matcha green tea. If the pair of Naras were still awake by the time this lunch was over, the Senju would be very impressed. That was his own personal blend to force himself to sleep during a consuming, obsessive research bender. Tobirama sipped his green tea before carefully nudging Naruto's hand, murmuring a reminder to slow down his eating. Naruto paused before smiling sheepishly. When he turned back to his food, it was with obvious slowness and care. As lunch progressed, Tobirama couldn't help but feel his sense of pride and satisfaction surge and rise. In his very home he now had all shinobi clan heads and their heirs, his own heir, niece, and cousin. And the atmosphere was relaxed and easy. Some of the most powerful and influential people currently in Konoha were readily discussing missions of past and present, training techniques, troubles from running a clan and their own personal estates, and so on and so forth. Clans were speaking and engaging with one another that at one point in his life would rather exchange weapons and lives than words. Hinata and Sasuke were quietly discussing something, gesturing to their eyes. Kakashi was trading barbs with Tsum. Shino and Kiba were having what looked to be a heated and passionate argument if Kiba's flailing arms and Shino's shifting hands were anything to go by. This peace, this accord, was not his own doing. Tobirama wouldn't dare to even think to claim that honor. No, this was the work of decades of concessions and forgiveness. Years of shedding blood in the defense of each other and trusting one another to watch their backs. Tobirama didn't physically look back at the family shrine behind him, but the image of his brother and Madara came to mind. He looked upon the Uchiha clan head and his sons having lunch in the Senju clan head home, to the Inoshikacho families at ease and receptive to other clans, to the Hyuga clan listening to the words and opinions of others. During his time as Hokage or as brother to the Hokage, Tobirama hadn't been able to really see it. He's been so buried in work and so busy addressing metaphorical, and sometimes literal, fires around the budding village. It was only now that he was out of office, constrained to his home by his injuries, surrounded by clans he'd once thought of tenuous allies who would turn against him at first chance that he finally began to understand. This peace his brother had been desperately reaching for. Tobirama took a deep breath and let it out slowly, sitting back and observing the room. Naruto tugged on his sleeve, demanding he side with him in an argument he was having with Ino and a bemused Inoichi. His chest felt too tight as his little sprout, his amazing, bright, warm little sprout so easily and casually reached for him. His most precious treasure who was gaining weight and color and health and friends and love. The present and future sat before him and he wasn't the one orchestrating them for the sake of his brother's dream. He was a part of them. For the longest time, peace was something he'd worked to achieve and make for other people, the people of his village, his family. Never for himself. It never occurred to him that he could have peace as well. If this was his peace, then he owed all his gratitude to his Anija and Madara. To Naruto. To the people around him who helped and supported the very same dream of peace a young pair of boys used to hope and laugh about on the banks of a tiny river. If this was his peace, then it was the greatest gift he'd ever been given. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and share. Want early audio-only versions? Join me on Patreon, link in description. I'm Fox Sage. See you next time.